conversation was good with Natanya yesterday?
Oh, it was great. It was a pleasure meeting her too.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She's one of the guests for New Year's Eve as well, so that's going to be nice to have her there.
Great. So I see we're live on YouTube. I'm going to hop over to YouTube and take a look at that.
Okay, it's loading now. There it is.
Live now.
Still loading, but
no,
there.
That's an old one.
Oh, I see us. Oh, there we go. I just had to hit play. Good, good. So I just had to hit play on it, but that was the only thing. It seems to be working, but let's see what happens.
You're on the big heavy radiator?
Yes, I am.
Does it have me in a Guinness shirt?
It has you in a Guinness shirt and a sweater.
So I got to fast forward to get to where we're at now.
Right, I guess. So let's see.
I think that's an earlier one. I've got to hop in and delete that.
Okay.
That was the one I tried out. So I don't see. I'll look at the big heavy Facebook while you're double checking YouTube.
Okay, let me check the Facebook wall and get that going now. Because that was easier. Let's see. Whoa! It looks like I have to stop the YouTube in order to get to Facebook. It's saying stop live stream. Does that make sense?
I don't know.
And it's saying it won't let me do anything else under more.
You only get to do one at a time?
I guess so.
Shall we do YouTube and hope that it archives it?
Yes, because it's archiving it here as well.
Okay.
So I'm recording on the Zoom end, and we'll be recording on the YouTube end.
I hope so, yeah. I hope it does that for us.
Yeah, because I tested it out earlier on this side, and it said it would give us an email when everything was up on the cloud. So the recording seemed, I just downloaded the new version of Zoom, so it seems to be recording automatically no matter what.
I would say while you might want to go into Zoom and delete everything in our recordings folder so that you have room today.
Okay. All right. So that would be.
So after this meeting, delete everything, start over.
Okay.
And you might, you may want to set it to record to your desktop if you have a few gigabits free. Mm-hmm. Because then between events, you can double check that there's a big fat file there.
And here comes Dominic. Okay.
We had a little bit of an issue with stopping and starting recordings in the past.
Okay. Hey, Dominic.
Hey, Dominic.
How are you?
Good.
Good. This is very exciting. I'm nervous, but this is going to be great. I get nervous before everything, though, so it's fine.
Yeah, I I have no idea if what I'm going to say will make any sense.
I'm just gonna. If it's anything close to what you and I talked about in our half-hour meeting last week, that was the presentation. It seems that was great.
All right.
So I feel pretty good. If you feel good, I mean, the legwork is done. Now everything else is on you. So I'm actually letting go of my nervousness now that the first person is here.
Question for you. So is this segment's 1 hour? Yeah.
This segment is a total, loosely 1 hour. So you have about 20 minutes to half an hour to expound upon whatever you'd like to, as we talked about.
To talk, and then
there's a question answer period.
Okay, great. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, so then you can engage. But if for some reason you feel like you want to engage more during, like maybe take a breath and hey, at this point, are there questions? Feel free to do that too, to keep folks engaged. And there may be something that someone wants to jump in on that they're thinking about right then and there. So I would encourage that.
Craig, okay. As I don't know the answer to this, but I'm on YouTube and it's showing gallery mode. Do you want it to be presenter mode?
How do we do that? Yes. So how does that happen? Does it happen on my end?
Notice I'm looking at Dominic.
Yeah.
What's the secret?
If you do, are you the host, Craig?
I'm the host.
If you have it on gallery view, it will show everyone's screen the same as everyone else's, right? Put everyone up there. If you put it on speaker view, then it will YouTube basically does speaker view. It will whoever's speaking will take the floor.
So if I do it at the top right where it says speaker view like that.
Yep. So then that should be whoever's speaking will take the screen. You might even want to, for the question and answer portion, you might want to switch it back to gallery.
Okay.
Then we might be able to see other people on the screen if other people have their screens on. It's up to you. Yeah. But basically, the way that YouTube's going to interpret it is that if it's gallery view, it's going to show everyone whose screen is on. And if it's speaker view, it's only going to show who's speaking. Spotlight doesn't seem to translate. If you're doing the Zoom meeting, you spotlight somebody, right. That doesn't translate to YouTube. They just interpret that as speaker view.
Okay. All right.
Could you, Craig, could you either make me a co-host or enable me to be able to share my screen?
Yes. Okay. So that is, give me a second. More. Make co-host. There we are.
Okay, let me see if I can do it. Okay, good. Yeah.
Good thing you brought that up because I have to do that for all the presenters. So thank you for reminding me of that.
Great. Yeah, and you could, if you don't want to do it for each of the presenters, you could. Well, but then we had that issue in one of the unfiltered where one of the attendees shared their screen. So yeah, just make the other presenters.
Sounds good. Now here's another thing. So now that I'm just talking, it's not jumping over to me. It's still staying on you, on my side. Does that make sense?
It's showing. That might be. What are you seeing, Jim? Because I'm seeing you. I'm only seeing you.
Oh, and I'm only seeing you.
Right.
Although I see a bar of videos up top.
Oh, let's see what happens if Jim talks. Oh, you're muted.
Hi, I'm talking.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, yeah. So I think it's just showing, even though I'm talking, it's showing you or Jim because they're not going to show me myself.
Gotcha. So it's not going to show the host. Gotcha. Makes sense.
All right, I'm going to go grab a little bit more water really quick. I'll be right back.
Do you think? Got some time.
Craig,
that was a nice quick lesson. I like that.
You might want to let people know that you'll be muting everybody when he starts talking.
Okay.
And that they'll all be invited to participate in the Q&A at the end of it.
Okay.
And that way, when you're silencing people, there's an expectation.
Okay.
And it'll be fun to see in YouTube if we can edit out the first part of this archive.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, I think we're going to have, because we may be able to, like we said, just kill the YouTube part and only use what I save on my desktop. Because there was an option to save either on the cloud or to save on a hard drive.
What's the question?
Oh, no, we were just figuring out if we could edit out our discussions at the moment later on after the fact. But it's being saved on the Zoom cloud. So
yeah, who's monitoring the feed to YouTube?
Right now, it's just kind of there. It's both of us.
I see. And is it already clicked to go live on YouTube?
Yes, we're live on YouTube, except it's weird. It's kind of, let's see how fast. Oh, yeah. So it's been recording the whole time.
Okay, yeah. I mean, when it's all over, you can go and trim that beginning part out.
Okay, easy. So now we're just hanging, waiting for folks. Getting ready. And I think the important thing to remember, that with this, it's going to be used for future reference. So any presentation that we can then share with people after the fact, no matter how many people are in the room, the presentation still will stand as something that's usable, and will give people guidance as to what they need to do for us in the near future when this thing may or may not happen again, which chances are it's gonna, as Tom Messner said in the prom speech, and we'll know better what to do the next time, and so will they.
Nice. Yep. And if I end up just doing this spiel to you guys, I am thrilled.
Well, I know that other people will be here. I actually just spoke to a few people who are on their way via email. So we'll see what happens.
As we might want to mention at the beginning of the Q&A that we'll be broadcasting this eventually.
Gotcha.
Um,
And Jim, I'll let you answer this. Answer this question. Shauna was asking about language. My guess would be that it's going to be mostly adults here, but is that something we can beep out later if we feel more comfortable having the beeps
let's
there?
just do that. Let her have free.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I would much rather have her just say what she feels and edit as we need to later.
I've never beeped anything. It'll be fun to,
I hope there's something that is beepable.
exercise our beep muscles.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that YouTube is pausing because I'm live on one side and live on the other, so that's probably why it keeps pausing. But it's still there because I just went and scrubbed it, and it's all the way up till our last conversation, so it's still doing its thing.
So have you cleared the probably overstuffed archive container on the main Zoom account so that recording?
Let me do that. Hold on. Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Okay,
Hello.
so recordings.
Bob, if you use that picture much longer, we'll think that's what you really look like.
Maybe it is what I really look like.
All right, so we're deleting everything in the archive, Jim?
It's okay by me. I don't know what's there.
Okay, got it. Topic. Delete all. Here we go.
And the one that's saving at the moment is still there.
Let's make sure. Yes. Yes, the one that's still there.
Great.
There we go. Art Mosh processing recording. We're there.
Seems like YouTube has a big delay.
Yeah, huge.
I think it's about 20 seconds.
It's a lot.
Yeah, they say that. They say that too. They warn you.
So I think we give it like 5 minutes, let folks populate if they feel like they would like to do that. How was Wednesday, Bob?
It was great, Craig.
Good.
Yeah. You missed some new original music.
Well, I'm going to watch it on YouTube. I've been really focused on this stuff right here, but I'm really excited about his new project.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's my kind of house technical music because it's got some vocals in it.
Oh, nice. And are they both singing or just her?
No, just Amanda.
Okay.
But they've got some like effects on it. You can just listen to it without listening to the words, and it's musical. You know what I mean?
Wow.
It's really
Okay.
cool. Yeah.
Excellent.
You'll like it.
Well, I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. I was just listening to it again right now and downloading the video off the phone. So
Awesome.
YouTube has a 20-second delay here. I've got I'm on about a 2-week delay right now with everything.
Yeah,
it's a little backed up.
Yeah, I feel you.
Well, that's what happens when I lose all my interns at the end of the semester, you know?
All right. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. It's 12:02. Let me just check on something here. Wonderful. Okay, here comes Joshua.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, everybody.
How's it going?
It's going good, Greg. See you later on tonight as well.
Oh boy, you excited?
Yes, I am.
Me too. We're taking next week off because it's the holiday. But we're gonna do a holiday party tonight. So I'm gonna wear my ugly sweater.
All right.
so if you want to make sure that Rudolph is there.
Oh, of course. I'll make sure he's be there.
Okay, good. Awesome. But thanks for coming to this. This is cool.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get started here in a couple more minutes. Give it 2 more minutes, and then we'll let Dominic start doing his thing.
And I'm going to be with Amber LeMay live on Sunday. Don't forget.
Oh, you are this Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
What time?
I I log in at 7:45, and I should be there at 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow.
Okay. All right. And that's on Sunday night.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, I will be there for that one for you.
All right, cool.
Awesome. Yeah, the Amber Show is a lot of fun. I've done that a couple times. You've been on a few times too, though.
Oh yeah, plenty of time. I mean, I'm glad to have them.
What's the topic of the day on Sunday?
It's a Beaver Pond Christmas.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, I think we should go ahead and get started. How about that? So to all the folks that are just joining us, my name is Craig Mitchell. I'm from Big Heavy World, and I'm so excited to present to you some presenters today that will be talking to you about what life is like living in COVID as an artist or somehow involved in the entertainment industry, empowering us with ideas as to how to move forward the next time this happens, / what they're doing now to either thrive or just survive. And then moving forward, what are those things you're going to keep in the repertoire for 2021 and beyond? Just so everyone knows, I'm going to mute you except for Dominic, who's going to be our first presenter. There we are. And of course, I'll keep myself alive at the moment. I want to remind you that we at Big Heavy World, as citizens of the United States and the state of Vermont, would like to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on occupied, unceded Seeds territory of the Abenaki people. Our guests today are of Theater Engine, our first presenter, who's Dominic Spillane. Our second presenter at 1 o'clock will be DJ Lou, and DJ Lou will be talking about promotions and being a DJ and streaming. And I tell you, DJ Lou is a voice to be reckoned with, whether we're talking about social issues or the hottest tunes that we all need to have on our radars. Allie and Brian Nagel. Allie is the general manager of Winooski's Monkey House and a member of the volunteer crew for Winooski Strong, dedicated to supporting organizations that uplift and bring light to issues surrounding the BIPOC communities, excuse me. Brian is a DJ and the booking agent for the Monkey House and one of the producers of the wildly successful Waking Windows Music Festival. And also today we have Shauna Potter, who is an author, presenter, and podcaster in the world of harassment and the eradication of it. So we will have Dominic, who is going to speak to us for a bit. There will be a question and answer period and then a rest period before we move on to our next presenter. So with that said, Dominic, please, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you. I am Dominic Spillane, and I'm a theater artist, and I am the founder of Theater Engine, which is an online platform for the performing arts that we are developing right here in Vermont. And I'm really grateful to be doing this, to be part of this, because we're building Theater Engine right now as a tool and as a resource for performing artists. And it's a tool designed to help artists and organizations develop their audience and hopefully also to make some money. So to be able to talk about that here and get some feedback right when we're about to do a big rollout is really really valuable to us. So the beta site of Theater Engine is live right now. And but it only showcases some of the features that we've been building. But we are very, very close to rolling out our completed version 1 of Theater Engine, which includes a lot of the things that we had to completely reimagine because of the pandemic, and that we hope will provide some better support to the performing arts community, both now, during the pandemic, but also afterwards. So yeah, I'd love to tell you about the choices we made, and hear your questions and get your feedback. I'd love to hear what struggles other people are having and see if there's a way for organizations like Theater Engine or other kind of umbrella arts advocacy organizations can help out with what individual artists are going through on the ground. But yeah, first let me give you a little tour of what Theater Engine is, so you understand kind of what we're trying to accomplish here. So this is what's live right now. So Theater Engine, the idea with Theater Engine is that it's sort of a mashup between like Fandango, IMDb, and a social network for the performing arts. It's a listing site that allows you to post or find the shows that are going on around you. But in addition, each show is tied into a database that collects and distributes information about the people responsible for those shows, which then populates an individual artist and company pages so that we can see all of the artists and organizations that make up our performing arts community. So for example, right, here's this show. But now if I click on this show, this is Green Room Productions. It's happening with the group in Montpelier. I'm picking this show because my wife is also actually in it. But now because I come down here, I can see that she's in it. I can click over here. That would take me to an artist profile of her own that she can claim and start putting her own promotional material into it. And it has her past shows as well. And it has photos of things that she's done. So that's kind of what's going on at the moment. Anyone can create shows, artist pages, or company pages. And eventually we want this to also function as sort of a social or professional network, but those are pieces that we are still building. So here's why we're building it, why we're building this, and why we're building it like this. Which I think will give me a good chance to kind of tell you sort of, my history and my worldview of what it means to be a performing artist. So I started as an actor. I was in New York for a while, in Los Angeles. And I think as anybody who has participated as an artist in the world, especially an individual artist, you know how hard it is to sort of build your career. So here's an example, right? So I'm an artist, I'm an individual artist, and let's say that I do a show and I kill it. It's great. You see that show and we don't know each other and you're like, man, I would love to see that guy in something else. 6 months goes by. I'm in a new show at a different theater. How do I let you know? How do I, as an individual artist, build my audience? How do you, as an audience member, follow the performers that you're interested in? And it's really difficult because there isn't really much marketing architecture out there for individual artists. So now let's go up the chain a little bit. Now let's say that you're the theater. So here's what I learned marketing and doing audience development for a theater in New York. So we worked really hard to let people know how great the show was going to be, right? How, what the content was, what the show was about, how beautiful our graphics are, right? And yet none of those things were the primary drivers for ticket sales, at least not at the beginning, right? Most initial ticket buyers are buying tickets because they have a relationship with or are fans of someone working on the show. Which is an audience pool that I, as a marketer, have zero connection to, or zero control over, or the ability to measure. My best hope of reaching that audience is to ask everyone who's in the show to do their best outreach on social media, to do all their own marketing and word of mouth, right? To market on our behalf, on the show's behalf. And here's what's a little twisted about that, is that if I ask you, one of the artists in the show, to post on social media, to get people to come and see the show, and you do, in the end, I win. Your work is converted into tangible marketing assets that ultimately belong to me, the marketer, not you, the artist. Because I'm the person who's using technology to build a marketing architecture. So at the minimum, you've sent our website traffic that I can use in more targeted advertising, but at best, you've generated a ticket sale, which gives me an email, maybe even an address that I can now use forever. But none of those marketing assets belong to you, the artist. And those marketing assets are fiercely guarded by the theater, right? So like try asking the theater for a list of ticket buyers with email addresses after the show. You probably won't get it, right? Because it's very fiercely guarded. And so that's another reason why that inability to have marketing assets as both an individual artist, it hurts you, the artist, because you can't develop your own audience, but it also ultimately is difficult for that theater as well. One of the jokes that we realized at the theater I used to work for is that you could always get younger artists to help you market your show because they would work really hard and they wouldn't realize that all of that energy ultimately belonged to us at the end. Whereas the older artists, they realize that they're going to do all that. They don't have a marketing architecture, so they're just going to be reaching out to their same friends and family. And after the show's over, they're going to go to another theater, and that theater is going to ask them to do that all over again, right? And they're sort of always left out of it. So that's one of the reasons that in our construction of Theater Engine, we really wanted to boil everything down to the individual artist, so that you always have some agency as well. Now, finally, the audience. All right. So where does the audience fit into this? So something that I've always struggled with is how educated a consumer you have to be to confidently make a purchase of live theater. So for one, it's hard to find good information about what's going on and where things are happening, right? Like listing sites are generally only hosting the most basic information, a description, dates, maybe an image, maybe it lists people in the show. And none of that information is relevant to me unless I already have a relationship with that information. Meanwhile, the show creators themselves are often pushing out all kinds of content to attract their audience. But that's content you'll only see if you're part of their marketing channels. So now I have to be an email subscriber to every theater in town or check their websites individually to know what's going on, right? Like that's a lot of work. Not to mention that many of the best things going on don't start their marketing outreach until a couple of weeks before the show. So finally, so after all that, I have to buy a ticket. Oftentimes, a really expensive ticket, maybe two of them, right? One for me and one for someone else. And then when I get there, the theater asks me to give them more money because they're not for profit. And still it's a total risk whether or not I'm going to see something that makes my heart grow 3 sizes bigger or something that, felt like a big waste of my time and energy. So, all of that being said, people jump through these hoops all the time because the work is so worth it. The reward is so so powerful when you're part of something, fun or exciting or meaningful. But I point that out, just the difficulties that we have in terms of outreach to our audience, the obstacles that our audience has to go through, just to illustrate, in some ways, why we're building this platform the way that we are. So the idea behind Theater Engine is to create a central place that really makes it easier for audiences to engage with what's going on around them, while exposing more of the information that is likely to be relevant to them. And finally, allowing them to follow the individual artists, the organizations, or the venues that they are interested in. So we're trying to make the barrier to entry less extreme. Which I think is a good segue. Now that I've kind of given you the foundation for what Theater Engine is and kind of what we're trying to accomplish, it's a good segue to talk about what we're doing now with the pandemic. So, and why we're committing so much to people creating live content online. So I'm going to share my screen one more time to just give you a view of what we're building and hoping to roll out very soon. So this is our staging server. This is our staging server. This is not live yet. This is a Theater Engine stream where we're going to help people create Zoom shows, live streams. It's going to be a location where people can offer their streams behind a ticketed paywall. And from here, you would be able to see both live shows when live shows are available again. So you have your live shows, but then you'd also get to see the on-demand shows or the upcoming streaming shows that are available. So the idea still being a portal for audiences to easily navigate all of the many, many things that are going on all the time. Now, another addition that we have too is that what's live on the website right now doesn't allow you to engage necessarily directly through artists and companies. It's all shows. So now we've exposed this as well. So you could say, I'm really interested to see what artists have shows that are upcoming, right? So you can click on this link and sort shows that are upcoming just based on the artists who are in them, or the companies or the venues. And these are things that we can do because of how all of our shows are kind of underpinned by this database, this kind of IMDb-like database. So that's all what we're building. We're hoping to roll out soon. But I think sort of more important than what we're offering here is why we're offering it. So despite the overnight collapse of the performing arts industry, I think we have a really exciting opportunity right now. So, when this pandemic first hit, this is the question that I really struggled with the most. Should I do anything different? Should Theater Engine do anything different, right? Should I adapt? Should I change? Or should I just wait until this is all over, right? And this is not an easy question. I think that everyone who's a part of this is struggling with this question at some point or another. They're at some point in this journey, because adapting and changing takes a lot of time. It can cost a lot of money. And why adapt and change if things are just going to go back to the way that they were? So we ultimately decided that things are not going to go back to the way that they were, and that they shouldn't. And this is a hard decision to come to because, building all these features out, we're not like Eventbrite. We can't afford to build features that are going to be obsolete in about a year. So we had to really think hard about whether or not performing artists would or should start committing to making streamable content. And if they would continue to do that after the pandemic. So now I'm going to tell you a little bit of why I think that we should, and what I've learned from doing it as well. So up until this point in our history with the internet, live performers have mostly participated online as a marketing channel, right? Maybe with the exception of music. Live music, the music industry has a much more developed relationship with the internet and with technology than other performing arts, but still, in general, we haven't engaged as aggressively as content creators. And this is my theory because it's what's true for me and why I haven't. We generally as a population hate paying for things on the internet. So it's really hard to make money off of making content on the internet. Up until recently, there have only been a few ways to make money as a content creator online. Ad revenue, sponsorships, merchandise sales, more recently, Patreon, which is a great new development for making money online. But these revenue streams, they can take a long, long time to activate, to develop. It can take you years to develop the kind of audience that would make those revenue streams meaningful. As a live performer, it makes much more sense for me to it makes a lot more sense for me to develop relationships with venues, right? And with a local audience that's actually going to buy a ticket to my show. And so there have been some platforms that offered live performance behind a paywall before the pandemic, but I don't think there's been a significant enough audience interested in buying tickets to a digital performance to make that a meaningful avenue for me as a performing artist, right? So what's different now? The pandemic has done a few things simultaneously that I think are really important for us to engage with as creatively and as experimentally as possible. One is that it has forced the global performing arts community to learn how to create meaningful digital performances, right? And that's a big deal. We're talking about some of the most creative people in the world are now creating things in a way that they haven't before. This is brand new to the world. The things that are happening right now have never existed before. So that's a really exciting thing that's happening. Two, audience perspective, it is completely changing everyone's relationship to what things you pay for on the internet versus things that you don't. Right. So that's that audience that might have been small for buying tickets to a digital performance, that audience has grown significantly. And I don't think just because that's the only option available right now. And I think we're seeing both. I think that in the amount of live performers content that's happening online, we are seeing a lot of content that probably won't happen, probably won't continue when the pandemic is over. But we're seeing also a lot that I think will. And for a couple of important reasons. So here are a couple personal examples and anecdotes. All right. So my wife and I, outside of Theater Engine, I'm also a theater artist. My wife and I created a theater company in Northfield, Vermont called Dirt Road Theater. We just got it off the ground before the pandemic hit. We were mostly just teaching classes. But we're developing an original play, and one of our biggest obstacles to developing this play is our geography, right? What people do we know around us that could help us work on this play? What venues are available for us to workshop this play, to develop this play that might help us, do a performance? Do we have enough money for that? Like these are some of the obstacles we're facing. All of a sudden, we realize that because of everyone's newer understanding with Zoom and with technology, we can develop this play working with all of the best artists we've ever known in our lives. The venue is the internet. We can do this next week with just sending a few emails. And so we did that. And that was amazing. Did we just discover a new, more efficient way to develop a piece of art? It's not new to the world. I know that there were other people who were doing things like that before the pandemic, but I wasn't, and I don't think any of the other people that we were working with have. And are we going to continue doing that in the future? Absolutely, right? So that kind of new content creation is huge. Now, we also started doing plays with kids, right? So my wife had been doing these classes and writing plays with the kids. And then we were going to be doing live readings of these plays that they generated, right? Well, now we can't do them live, so we're doing them via Zoom. I cannot understate how powerful that's turned out to be, because these kids shows, had we done the reading of this show at the library like we had intended to do, we would have gotten their immediate family and friends and other locals. Now, all of a sudden, these kids and their families can invite their extended family from around the country. These are people who would never otherwise have been able to participate in these kinds of experiences, right? So is that kind of thing something I'm going to continue doing when the pandemic is over? Absolutely, right? Like this is us, uncovering these gems that we never would have understood otherwise. We never would have seen otherwise. Another thing that we did. So Theater Engine worked with Big Heavy World and Vermont Dance Alliance and Main Street Landing and with Craig Mitchell to do a series called Unfiltered Spirits, where we wanted to explore what different artists around the state of Vermont were up to and were doing. And so we asked artists to submit if they wanted to be a part of it. And we got a mixed discipline. We had visual artists, musicians, some theater artists, and this was just 3 weekends in a row, and where we showcased 3 artists each week. And back to earlier talking about, the barrier to entry for audiences with performing arts, right? There are so many obstacles to getting to know the landscape of what's out there, what's meaningful, that you don't realize, how myopic your own vision has become. So this is a show where all of a sudden I'm getting to see artists that I never would have come across in my natural waking life, right? Visual artists, musicians, and all because I had a casual venue to engage with them, right? And that's another asset that a lot of these digital performances are providing, is that it's a much more casual way to get engaged with these artists, so that I can build that relationship. So now when the pandemic's over, it would be, I personally think it would be horrible if we went back to the way things were, right? Because these kinds of digital, the ability to engage digitally with these artists, it doesn't diminish my willingness to pay a ticket price to see that artist live and in person. It only enhances it, right? Before, I was taking a much bigger risk before putting $25 down on a ticket and driving 45 minutes to see a show. Now I've been building a relationship with this artist digitally. Am I more likely to buy that ticket now? You bet I am, right? And not only that, but like I've found an engagement to even to arts that I never would have thought to look into, right? Some of the visual artists that we had on that show, as well as, some of the dance performances and whatnot. So, all right. So that's another show that we did. I just helped out a show called Two for Zoom, which is the show I actually showed you on Theater Engine, which my wife is in. That one we actually sold tickets to. I just want to talk about that one for a second, because I know that a lot of the digital content that's going out there right now is free. And what I'm kind of talking about too is the idea of using digital performances behind a ticketed paywall. And I know there's a lot of anxiety about that, right? Like why, we feel almost guilty as live performers to offer something on the internet, and should we charge a ticket price because this isn't really like as valuable an experience? And what I have been finding, both anecdotally from other performing artists, but also I've been finding it with this show and other shows that I've been a part of, is that people want to pay a ticket for your performance. It's not actually the ticket price isn't the more important purchase. The purchase that an audience member makes first is their commitment of their time. That is the most important purchase, right? I have so many ways to spend my time. By the time I have committed to spend my time with you, the ticket price is almost the way I can show my gratitude to you, right? So I think we as artists, we get very nervous about when to ask for money and when not to. And I think it's an important thing to be considerate of all the time. But I do want to say that when we're asking people to engage with us digitally, when they make a commitment, the first commitment is of their time. Once they've made that commitment, the ticket price, as long as it's not extreme, has not diminished the number of participants, if that makes any sense, right? Because that's the calculation that we're making sometimes, right? Like if it costs money, I'm not going to get as much participants. If it's free, I'll get more, because more people will casually want to engage. There's no such thing as casually engaging, right? Like once you make a commitment of your time, you're engaged. So give people that opportunity to also support you and to support your work, and they're grateful for it, actually. Okay, so then the other thing, something that's actually happening tonight, Lost Nation Theater is doing a Christmas Carol. It's a one-man show, and they're going to be live streaming it. It's the first time they've ever live streamed anything. They have over 300 registrations for this show. That's probably, and I think in many cases, that's registrations equal devices, right? So you can almost double that number for the amount of people who actually be watching it. Lost Nation Theater, you couldn't ask for a better audience development mechanism to generate that kind of awareness and loyalty to that theater, such that when they have the opportunity to offer live shows again, that's their audience pool has just grown that much more. So I think that kind of rounds out sort of what I'm talking about, which is that we're in this opportunity to really start to break apart some of that gridlock for the barriers to entry for audiences, while also disseminating this information more about who we are as artists and what we're doing as artists, and in a way that hasn't really existed before. And I think, especially while we're still in it, we do have this opportunity to kind of really explore and get better at it ourselves, so that when the pandemic is over, we really know how to hybridize our participation as live performers more, using digital content as a way to better grow our audience and potentially also make money with digital content as well. I'm just going to go back in here and look at some questions. So one of the questions I got was, will streams be in partnership with bricks and mortar theaters? I'm thinking of the tension between film studios and movie theaters because of online premieres for new films. That's a really great question. And this really comes into the gray area of this being new to the world, right? And a new aesthetic that's emerging as well, because one of the things that we're seeing is that when live performers are creating filmed or recorded content, they're choosing not to be filmmakers, right? Like, what's the difference between being a filmmaker and being a live performer who's making recorded content? And some of that it's all being decided from artist to artist, but some of it's emerging as a different kind of aesthetic, which it invites an audience to. It's a little bit more DIY. It's inviting your audience to see the ropes and levers a little bit more, to engage their imagination more, as opposed to a true film where it's like trying to create reality visually as best as possible. But it's still such an, I think that in terms of a competition between filmmakers, I think that what you're going to see is that true filmmakers, the film industry has a distribution network that individual theater artists, it's so much more decentralized. And I think that as theater artists and live performers, if this as a medium becomes more popular and monetized, I think you'll see both learning from each other. I think that more live performers will become filmmakers in a different way with a new aesthetic of what filmmaking means. And I also wonder if we'll see filmmakers becoming more decentralized and taking on a lot more sort of like live performer aesthetic as well. I think that they're both going to inform each other. I've got a question here that, can you explain what Patreon is? So Patreon is pretty new. I mean, I don't think it's new. I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's probably been around for like, 10 years, but it's like new to most people in some ways. So Patreon is great. It's like an evolution of Kickstarter, right? The idea of like Kickstarter and Indiegogo is, it's like, I have a project, help me pay for my project. But a lot of artists don't work that way, right? Like, I don't work on a project to project basis, or I get hired for a project, right? Like, the idea with Patreon is, I'm an artist, support me as an artist because you believe in me as an artist, right? It's not so transactional as either a ticket sale or a support my project. It's just support me as an artist. And you see all kinds of different content creators making use of this, and organizations, right? If I'm like a YouTube creator, I can say, support me on Patreon if you want to see more content like what I'm making. If I'm a dancer, I can say like, Support me on Patreon so I can keep dancing. So I think it uses a subscription model that usually you might have some benefits to, right? Subscribe to me for $5 a month, and you'll get inside scoop about things. So you can build those packages the way you want. But it's a really cool new revenue mechanism for artists, because it's allowing you to have a relationship with people who want to support your work. So Patreon's a really cool new thing. Our online performance times affected by COVID. So people have longer or shorter attention spans. All right, so I have only my observational answer to that. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying about like people making a purchase with their time. The purchase that they're making with their time is almost more important than the purchase they're making with money. However, I also think that there's a relationship to those things as well. I have been finding and observing that when something costs a ticket price, you're more likely to have their attention for the whole span of your performance, right? Sometimes with digital content, because the engagement can be so casual, it can be really hard to get your audience to fully commit to your content, right? Especially because we're used to such quickly digestible short form content online. And something else something that we've been experimenting too with, like Zoom shows and Zoom performances or recorded shows, is this idea of your premiere or show times, or what makes something live when it's recorded, right? Like, how important is it that it is live? And okay, so like live versus on demand. Right. So one of the Zoom shows we did recently, and I think this is probably an anecdote that's useful to any kind of performer, musicians, which is that, if I'm doing a digital performance, do I record it, put it online, and make it on demand for the weekend or forever behind a price or not? Or do I say, I'm performing at 7:00 and you have to be there or you miss it? In some ways, the Showtime model is absurd when it comes to the internet, right? Because you're not taking advantage of one of the greatest, advantages of the internet, which is that people can watch it at their convenience. It makes sense when you're doing a live in-person performance, because everybody's got to be in the same room at the same time, or you're going to miss the performance. However, I have been noticing, and you can even see it sometimes in the watch logs on something like YouTube. When you say this show is happening at 7:00 and you have to be there to watch it at 7:00, the chances that the people who did show up watched it from the beginning to the end, it's staggering how many of those people watched till the end, right? If it's an hour-long show, almost all the people who showed up at 7:00 watched it till 8:00. When it's on demand, you do see a steeper drop-off. Right? Because people will be like, well, I can finish watching this later. I'm gonna come back to it and watch this later. Do they? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. So that's an interesting thing, and that's really part of that experimentation that I think we're doing is not just how do we deliver the content, but what kind of engagement are we hoping to get from people? And by the way, I do think that has something to do with ticket price as well, because that also kind of commits people to your content to a slightly deeper level. All right. Are there things you can offer that don't happen in person? Watch rehearsals, behind the scenes, etc. I'm so glad you asked that question, because it's kind of like that thing. I wasn't confident enough, since this was the first thing that we'd ever done like this, that rehearsal that play reading that we did, that I mentioned, that the play that my wife is developing, we had some awesome people as a part of that. I mean, people from Los Angeles and New York, some people who are even somewhat recognizable, and that was just our little Zoom reading. Could we have charged a ticket to that Zoom reading? Yeah, probably. Or Could we have even just opened it up to the public? Yeah, probably. And I think that there's a lot behind that, because here's another thing that drives me crazy, right? Is that I lamented that $25 ticket price for the audience. And yet we know, as artists, we know that that $25 ticket price is not enough, right? Like, we're already asking people more than we want them to pay, and yet it's not enough to pay for the show. And so this idea of more accessible digital content, if that allows us some ability to monetize the development of new work, or to monetize the behind the scenes of artistic creation, or not even to monetize, just to use those things as audience builders, right? Like, it could be totally free, but it's just like, I'm going to set up the camera in the costume shop and you're going to watch this costumer make costumes for like an hour. That would be awesome. So a lot of this, are we getting more? As artists, some of this is just we're getting more familiar with the technical components so that we can do more behind the scene content. And if that can help us to build our audience or monetize these different things, so that potentially that helps to subsidize our work more. It also maybe done successfully enough, it helps the ticket price be less. I don't know. But yes, I do think that there's that we should all be thinking more creatively about how we can expose the other parts of the creative process in a way that this new digital channel as a content creator could be really, really great for. All right. I've been to many amazing shows. There are going to be new shows that will be live in 2021. Let me see. So I'm if you're here in the chat and you can answer my question back to you, I would say, are you talking about, are there going to be live shows, like in-person live shows in 2021? Yes, there will be. I would say maybe not until the warmer weather. I have a feeling that when the weather gets warmer, we are going to see an explosion of live performance, because even this last summer, I think there would have been a lot more. And there, you notice towards the end, towards August and September, there was more live performance because it took everybody some time to get their stuff together, right? But it was like, this thing happened in March. Everybody scrambled, everybody canceled everything. I think all performing artists everywhere right now are planning their warm weather summer season, and especially with the vaccine, I think, on its way. I think the summer is going to be awesome. So yeah, definitely keep your eye out, because there's going to be some really cool stuff going on. Hopefully that doesn't create some horrible COVID spike. So be safe. Okay. How can a powerful tool like Theater Engine be used by musicians? Something that singers, producers, etc. can take from Theater Engine to use in their world, sort of a stronger together ideology. That is a great question. One that we talk about a lot, because my background was in theater. So I didn't feel confident with the construction of this platform in terms of its utility by other mediums when we started. And yet, especially being in Vermont, I have learned so much more about the commonalities between the different performing arts, what makes them similar versus what makes them different. And it's been really important for us to engage with that, because outside of a major metropolis, like in a New York or a Boston, you can be a service that only caters to theater, for example, right? Or to dance, or to something like that. But when you get out to a place like Vermont, you've got a venue who's doing every kind of performance that there is, right? They're doing theater, they're doing circus, they're doing music, they're doing everything. And so a service that's only useful for their theater shows isn't necessarily as useful. So we've really had to try and figure out how we can be more usable to musicians, to comedians to puppeteers, right? And that construction has been happening in the background. And I think our next challenge with that, when we have our rollout, I think more of that functionality will be present. In some ways, our bigger challenge then is our identity, right? Like the branding is Theater Engine, and when you look at the content on our site, it's mostly theater oriented, and I think it's a challenge for us to try and let people identify with Theater Engine as being sort of like this is a place where, you know, almost like the theater as the location, right? The venue, but it can be a place for all performing arts, because yes, I do think that the way we're building it should also be usable for musicians and other and artists of other stripes as well. What are the technical hurdles on the production side at the theater? That's a great question, and I'm really glad that that gives me a chance to articulate something else. We realized that our biggest obstacle to being a platform that exists in the world is that performing artists in general are have way too much to do, right? Everyone, whether you're a musician or an actor or a director or a marketer working with a non-for-profit, everyone's wearing 10 different hats at once. Everyone's struggling this is one of the reasons why a lot of the great things that happen, you don't find out about it until a week before, because the person organizing the event is also directing the event, is also doing the graphic design for the event, is also creating the Facebook event for the event. You know, like you've got all of these people who are wearing 15 different hats. And so it's really hard to get people to do another thing. And so one of the things that we've been exploring a lot with Theater Engine is we're asking for you to participate in yet another thing. And maybe that's wrong. Maybe we should be finding the way that we can be supporting you to get your information to a service like ours. How can we be supporting you more, right? So that we're almost looking at it more from like a news media standpoint, where, you know, you have the ability to put your content on our site, but also, you know, we can reach out to you as well, almost like a reporter, and say, like, you know, I might have a relationship with 5 different theaters, and I might just be checking in with them all the time to find out the new information they have that's going on. So that was something that we landed on. We need to be supporting people more, getting their information out and participating digitally the way that they don't have the bandwidth to do. But if we're going to do that, if we're going to be doing that ourselves, how do we pay for that? How do we pay for ourselves to be that aggressively engaged with the performing arts community? So what we have learned, and this is also another thing I think I said way at the beginning, that we're exploring ways to help artists make money as well. And this is something that we've discovered that it might be part of this next rollout. And if this works out, I would be very, very excited, which is that we have realized that theater, performing arts, because it's so hyper local. I didn't know, yes, on things like Facebook and Google ads and digital advertising in general, you can do very targeted hyper local advertising. And yet I didn't realize that still businesses struggle with really good, meaningful, hyper local advertising in general. And because Theater Engine is so hyper local, because performing arts is so hyper local, it is actually a very attractive advertising portal for local businesses, not unlike Front Porch Forum. Front Porch Forum is really attractive advertising portal for businesses because it's so hyper local, right? So one of the other things that we're hoping to roll out is our ability to get local sponsors across the state of Vermont to put their ads on Theater Engine in a way that is displayed on the content pages of the people who are doing shows, such that that ad revenue would be shared with those content creators. So if you wanted it to be, right? So that when you put a show on Theater Engine, we're actually potentially connecting you to sponsorships as well, not unlike the kind of sponsorships or ads that you would see in like a digital show program, for example. But anyone who's ever tried to get ads to be a part of a show program before knows how hard it is to that outreach, right? And that's another one of these disconnects that we've discovered in this industry, which is that it's really hard to do the outreach to find people who want to sponsor your local business, that want to sponsor your activity. If I'm a local business, I actually really want to do more of those kinds of sponsorships potentially. But if I did want to, I've got to do them individually, one at a time. One over here at Vermont Stage, one over here at Higher Ground, another one over here at Artistry Community Arts Center, right? I have to know all of those different theaters before I buy ads individually. No way, that's just too much work, right? So we've actually found that there's a potential connection point there, a service that we can offer where we're actually giving advertisers, local advertisers, the ability to kind of create a blanket sponsorship for performing arts in a location. So I'm a sponsor, I can sponsor the performing arts activities in Burlington or in the Upper Valley, right? And that then my ad would display on every single show page taking place in that location. And when that ad is displayed and viewed on those show pages, that money goes to those content creators. I didn't talk about that earlier in the pitch just because it's something we're still piloting. We were going to pilot that this summer before the pandemic hit, and then we weren't able to, but we're hoping to get that going as well. But not to really geek out on you for a second, but I will tell you that the reason I'm excited about that, even though ads on show pages for an internet business sounds really, really, really boring, the reason I'm excited about it is because when you look at the economics of performing arts, it's something that the Vermont Arts Council beats the drum about all the time, is that the performing arts, the creative economy, is an enormous economic driver everywhere. And yet, oftentimes, the people the most left out of the economic benefits that performing arts are creating are the organizations making the art, or even worse, the individual artists who are populating that art, right? And that comes back down to that ticket price, right? It's the point of sale. So it's like there's a performing arts organization, there's a show that's happening in Montpelier, right? That's an economic driver because it brings people into the town. Then they spend money at restaurants, they spend money at the stores, they do all these things. It creates awareness, it creates community, there's all this social capital, economic capital, right? But that theater, their only way to get any piece of that pie is their ticket sale. But the ticket sale hardly even covers their production. So this is where you see this discrepancy between big nonprofits with huge budgets and small, artists that are barely scraping by. Because in order to take advantage of the economic whole, you need someone in your organization who knows how to reach back into the community and siphon more of that money back to your organization, right? And that comes through donations, and that comes through grants and other kind of foundational support. But you need someone to do that. That's someone's job, and that's a really, really hard job. And and so and if you're a smaller performing arts organization that doesn't have someone to do that membership work, that donation work, that development work, then you have no mechanism to recycle the economic benefit back to you, the person who created the economic benefit. So that's a long way of saying that the reason I'm excited about this ads on show pages things is that it potentially represents some mechanism for collectively driving some of that economic benefit back into the hands of the content creators. And I think that's it. I think that's my time. I could go on forever.
And that was great. Thank you so much, Dominic. That was amazing. I do have a couple of takeaways on my own. Earlier, you were talking about people being online and having a specific time and being engaged. Well, I have a quick story. So I'm a huge Garth Brooks fan. Everyone knows I'm a huge Prince fan. Believe it or not, I'm a Garth Brooks And so there was one night at the beginning of the pandemic that him and Trisha were going to do requests only from his basement called Studio G. So in the comment section or the questionnaire chat room, put your requests in. Now, before this all started, I made myself a nice meal. I put on my Garth Brooks, concert T-shirt. He can't see me, but I'm having my own little concert in my living room, and I'm posting like, "Play this song, play this song, play this song. We shall be free." They never played it. Oh well. Now I'm noticing no one else is requesting that song. Well, a few days later, CBS television announced, well, because of the huge hit of the Basement show, we're going to do it live on CBS. So I'm like, oh, great, another chance to maybe do this. So they went live in their basement before they went on the air. And I'm going, we shall be free, we shall be free, we shall be free, over and over again. No one else requesting it. So it finally goes live on television. And there's Garth, and he's playing his guitar with Trisha, and then the credits roll for the beginning. He goes, okay, before I get started, and then started into We Shall Be Free, did a verse and a chorus. He goes, so that one fan out there you go, you got your song. And I was like, yes. Now, it may or may not have been me, but because there was some engagement there prior to, it made me feel like he was speaking directly to me. But I made an event out of that event. So I was willing to be engaged, and there was no financial side to that, just the fact that I was a fan. Also, I love the fact that you brought up the sort of marriage of all the different philosophies of what it means to be a performer, from a singer to an actor to a director, etc., and a dancer. And that's what we kind of did with Unfiltered Spirits together. And it reminds me a little bit of, at least that's what I'm thinking of right now, the American Utopia, I think it is. It's the David Byrne film that Spike Lee directed that was an art piece. It was musical, it was dance, it was all those things smashed together. So I thought that was a great piece that of what you were talking about in your section of your presentation. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I hope that I put some coherent statements together.
You definitely did, without a doubt. And again, but just a reminder to everyone, this is being recorded. We are going to be using this to replay, to educate, and folks from the state will be looking at this to hopefully make things better for us as performing artists in the future when this all happens again. So we're going to take a 2 or 3 minute break, let the next presenter, who's DJ Lou, get set up and ready. And I'm going to grab something to drink, and then we'll get started with the next hour. Dominic, feel free to stick around. Otherwise, thank you so very much, Dominic.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if everyone would like to unmute, if you'd like, and talk amongst yourselves or just hang out, either way is fine. And we'll get back, like I said, in about 2 minutes.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Josh, it's nice to see you.
Oh, it's so good to see you. Hi, everybody. My name is Big J. I'm also an entertainer in the Burlington area, and I've been going to many specialized events, including some performers like my favorite DJ, Greg Mitchell, on Friday nights. I've been with him for quite a while. I've been helping him host that show as well. So it's been my honor to do that. And I also did, Special Olympics and do other events too. So anyone that's interested in seeing me around the different places, come see me and Greg Mitchell, because we have a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, we do. Tonight we got a show. We're doing the holiday performance of the Recovery Vermont Friday Night Dance Party.
Oh, yeah.
Which is done on 105.9 FM, BigHeavyWorld.com. And then we have the Zoom, which I have posted on the invite as well as on my page. So So folks, and Josh is also my remote sound man. So whenever I need some sound questions
Yeah, baby.
or have sound questions, he helps me out.
And so I'm getting a new outfit pretty soon. It's gonna light up the stage, but it's coming.
But for me, as long as there's Rudolph in the house tonight, I'm going to be happy.
Yeah. But,
all right. So we're going to get started with the next hour. We have DJ Lou here, but I have a couple of maintenance things to deal with before we get to DJ Lou. But before I get to that, hello, Lou. How are you?
Hey, I'm great.
I'm excited. And you made a point recently that we're going to be doing something together. It only took the pandemic for us to have 2 shows in one night together at the same time, relatively the same time, but I'm pumped about that. So some maintenance stuff. I'm going to make sure, there we go, admit another person. I'm going to switch the view. I'm going to make you a co-host here, Lou, before I start the actual program itself. There we are. And as we begin the show, again, welcome. This is Art Mosh 1.0. We're going to be doing this again in the very near future, but I have some amazing folks, some who I've met recently, some folks I've known for quite a long time. But all of them I'm excited to be here and to share what's going on in their lives and otherwise, whether it's COVID or pre-COVID, I should say, during COVID, and post-COVID, and how those tools are going to be used. If everyone could mute your microphones instead of Lou, of course, please leave yours on. I have a couple of maintenance things, like I said here, and that is to say that we at Big Heavy World, as citizens of the United States and the state of Vermont, would like to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Abenaki people. I want to thank Dominic Spillane for being our first presenter. We have DJ Lou, who's coming up next. After that will be Allie and Brian Nagel of Monkey House and Waking Windows. And then we're going to round out the day with Shauna Potter, she's an author, presenter, and podcaster. And we're going to discuss the world of harassment and how to eradicate it. And that's important to us because unless we're all treated equitably, none of us are. So that's going to round out our day today. So with that said, again, I'm going to switch over to the speaker view. And Lou, the floor is yours.
Right on. All right. Well, thanks everybody. And thanks to Craig for inviting me in on this Big Heavy World and all of the other great performers and venue wranglers and bookers who are taking part in today and also tomorrow. It's a strange time to be in all of those, wearing any of those hats, basically, both kind of in filling our own hearts with why we do this kind of work, but also in filling the hearts of others who come to experience those happenings. And those happenings are few and far between and have had to get real creative in the last almost year. It's wild. Like, I'm like, oh, March is just around the corner and it'll have been a year of living in this different world right now. So Craig and I talked a little bit about, kind of what we wanted to talk about around DJing in COVID, not in COVID, but during COVID, and dance parties, and how we've kind of cobbled it together. It's a welcome to Zoom world, right? It's examples like that where there has been people kind of like learning by trial and error, trying to figure out how to hold any kind of event, but especially DJs trying to figure out how do we still put music out there in a way that can engage people, because there's just a unique experience, I think, about being a DJ and being in a room with people, whether it's a small room, a big room, if it's like the Monkey House or Higher Ground. Dance parties are an experience that is held together in a very unique in-person kind of way. So converting that to be online has been a wild experience in a lot of ways. I've certainly experienced some pros and cons to it. It's funny, like Craig was saying, it took a pandemic for us to book gigs together, let alone get more gigs on the same day. But it also took a pandemic for me as a DJ that I just do this stuff on the side. I have like a day job like many other DJs. But it's taken a pandemic for me to have more DJ gigs than I've ever had, honestly, in recent memory. Like at least since back when Pearls was open. So I wanted to share with you guys kind of 3 things today. The kind of why would you want to keep DJing during a pandemic. Like if it's so complicated, if it's so hard, if like the real experience is only in person. I want to share with you a little bit about the how I've kind of trial and errored my way through it. Certainly had some major fails when I started and more successes the more I've done it. And then also I think it's important to talk about the third piece of this when I was thinking about it is the what, because DJing by yourself is a completely different experience, at least in my experience, than DJing in a crowd. And I think maybe like that's where I wanted to kind of start. And, you know, Craig, feel free to jump into like, you know, as it makes sense to you. You know, my experience, and I should start by saying that my experience as a DJ was in radio. So ironically, it's kind of, I was pre-set up for the pandemic, because when you are a radio DJ, you're literally going into a room by yourself and talking to yourself, playing music by yourself, and you're kind of imagining that people are actually listening. Now, most of the time, there are actually people listening. There are quite a few people listening, actually, depending on what kind of radio station you're on. I've been on community radio, and I've also been on the Buzz, which is a much broader reach. Like we had people listening. The Buzz covers like Montreal, Burlington, Plattsburgh. There's like a much larger population that listens, and especially because it's commercial radio. But what I've loved about being a radio DJ is that there's an intimate experience in that process. So you're literally, I think about talking to one person, not to thousands of people, but to one person when I get on the microphone and when I'm crafting a set. It's this like intimate one-on-one, I'm doing this for at least one person kind of experience. And sometimes I think, oh, it's probably just me, but there's usually at least one or two or hundreds of other people listening, no matter what platform. And when I've experienced DJing during the pandemic, it's kind of that same feeling for me. I'm like, I'm probably doing this for probably one or two people, but there's an intimate one-on-one experience that kind of resonates with me about that experience. And it's different than when I was doing DJing in front of a crowd. So Craig and I met, God, I don't know how long ago, Craig, like a couple decades ago now, when we were both
at least,
yeah, when we were both a little younger. But we met at 135 Pearl, which was Vermont's only queer bar in Burlington here. And Craig and I had, you know, like Craig was a DJ. I was like coming to just like dance, hang out with my friends. And at some point we like, you know, I revealed that like, hey, I would like to try to DJ more. I had dabbled a little bit in college doing dirty basement parties, but nothing beyond that. And so Craig kind of gave me my start here in Burlington, which I'm forever always going to be appreciative of. That's kind of my DJ origin story. As the DJ on July 4th had canceled or something, and Craig was like, hey, you want to go DJ the like main floor at Pearls? And I was like, oh my God, this is my moment. I think I was like 22 or 23 years old. And so, you know, I lugged all my stuff down there and I had this great experience. And after that, honestly, every dance party I've experienced after that, both being a DJ or trading off DJ sets or being on the dance floor, there's been this collective experience. You are there with a bunch of people kind of vibing with the tunes, you know, really creating this musical experience that you can see immediately how people are reacting to it. The wallflowers, the like sweaty people that are commanding the dance floor, the people who are, you know, finding love on the dance floor, people who are just like letting loose on the dance floor, whatever it is. There's this like collective, like we're here together for this moment experience. And in the pandemic, we've all lost that. I mean, like that's true, I think also for like concerts or like, you know, plays or even comedians, like you're in the crowd kind of experience. And so when I've DJ'd online, that kind of what you're doing has really shifted for me because, you know, you'd be able to bop around and you'd be kind of, at Pearls at least, you were protected in a DJ booth, which frankly, I kind of miss. I miss being able to be in a protected little space with a little window that you look out of. Because now you DJ and you're always standing on a stage. So you kind of have to be the performer too, dancing the whole time and not like really trying hard not to have your concentration face on where you're like beat matching in one ear. And like, I mean, Craig's way better at it than I am. I always like, to my horror, realize that I have straight up concentration face on most of the time. But my point there is that, you know, the DJing on a stage is kind of the same experience now that you're DJing on a screen, right? So like people are just not just listening, they're also watching what you're doing. And so much like any Zoom, much like any other experience, like I've tried to also think about what's that experience like? What are the visuals people are experiencing? What can I cobble together in my home here to make it more interesting to not just listen to, which like is what DJing for me at least is about, is like it's that musical journey and soundtrack that I'm creating for that vibe, but there's also a visual component to it, because a lot of people, again, are jumping in and out of these dance parties. They're not staying for the whole time. So what's that hook, and what are they kind of doing and seeing? And to be totally frank, like I see big DJs like DJ Nice, who's like kind of like held it down in Instagram as kind of like, I think he even was like one of the Time Members of the Year, or Time People of the Year, for basically just like DJing in his, like, I think it was his kitchen for like most of the year. Then he shifted it so we could like look out at LA over his shoulder out of his windows. But like, you know, it's just him bopping, you know, at his kind of setup there and getting on the mic and hyping a little bit. Other DJs I've seen like set up these like incredible visual things, like Kid Koala up in Montreal does this weekly kind of really mellow down tempo 2-hour set where he's got this like visual thing going on. So you actually don't even see him. He's DJing, and it's like, you just see these like, he's told me it's security cameras that he has set up in his little studio that are like doing these like kind of wintry visual kind of sciencey thing. It's weird. It's cool and weird. And like, again, talk about production level, that like, he's obviously a professional DJ. That's kind of what he does. But anyway, and then there's a whole range of stuff in between. So, so I just wanted to kind of at least hit there a little bit about the what, like how it's been different, how it's changed for me at least, how it echoes this like radio experience of that I already kind of had, and I've been able to kind of anchor on. But and it's like it's constantly changing in those ways about like that what, depending on what the event actually is. Like, is it just me DJing? Am I trying to like DJ with someone else? Like Craig and I did that for the first time on Halloween. And I felt like, wow, that felt totally different to me in a great kind of way, because before, doing it by yourself, it's like, I'm just here by myself. I could see that there's like maybe 20, 30 people dropping in to you know, to do something, but that energy level that usually a live crowd kind of creates and keeps you going. I had missed that until, honestly, Craig, you and I had finally done a tag team. And at Pride back in September, I'd also experienced that a little bit by having some dancers jump in. Like literally just people said, I want to come and dance for one song. And I'd share the screen and it'd be me over here DJing and the person dancing. And I was like, okay, this feels cool because I'm interacting with people, right? It's not just me spinning. So anyway, that's kind of the first thing I wanted to say. Yeah.
Yeah. If I can jump in for a second, the one thing
absolutely.
that was really cool that we did during StreamYard was that somehow it was synced up in a way that we could beat match in and out of each other's sets. So it was almost like we were in the same room playing for the same crowd. It was very, very cool. I don't know how that worked and if it'll ever work again, but that night it was on point.
Yeah. Well, so that's a great point, Craig. I think the technology piece is really important. Like a seamless experience technology wise is a game changer, because in DJing, it's like, it's both your experience as a performer, like the tech stuff has to work. It has to sound good. Like in my opinion, if it's like if it's crummy sound,
it's fine. It's all good.
Okay.
We're all adults here.
Okay, good. But if you're all like, hey, we're recording this for the future. Like, so.
Well, everyone has cable.
Yeah. Okay, good. But you know, if it's crummy sound and people are tuning in mostly to like listen and hear, then what's the point? You know, if it's breaking in and out, you know, you and I have talked about this a lot, Craig, like, when you're streaming on social media, it drops out for copyright stuff. Is that a fun listening experience or dancing experience? Nah, not really. So like locking down your tech, I think, is a really key piece to like busting into this like COVID online performance space. But I think the other side of the tech is also like, what's that user's experience, right? Are they able to interact with you? Is there an interface that like looks cool, is cool? You know, does it allow people to kind of drop in requests and stuff? I was hearing in the previous panel, like, you know, you hyping, like, you know, you're trying to get the requests in that engagement piece. And I think it's actually great that it's almost more accessible than a normal dance party experience, because frankly, my experience with most people requesting or trying to engage with me during a live in-person dance party is like, it's people who've had a little bit too much to drink. It's people who like, you know, climb onto stage. It's people who kind of don't leave you alone. They show up with the phone and they're like, do you have this song? Can you play this song? And I'm like, oh my God. You know, like press the DJ. Yeah, you get it, Craig.
100%.
So, but you know, in this format, like people can enter in comments. They can say like, "Hey, I love this. Like, thanks so much for doing this," whatever it is. And you don't always get that in the crowd. Like, I mean, you get people who are doing the pointing and like, you know, like they're vibing with you on the eye thing. But like, you know, I think there's an opportunity for more intimate engagement again with these online platforms. And so, so Craig, I did pull together a couple slides to show people platforms if we want to jump into that. And as people have questions, like, you know, please like drop them in the chat and I'm happy to answer questions. And Craig told me to spend about 20, 25 minutes just kind of doing a little brain dump about my approach to stuff. And that's kind of where I'm at. So let me screen share here. And, the thing that is interesting, I think, about this online world of any kind of performance. Again, I'm speaking specifically to DJ stuff, although I have done a couple of other events within these platforms that are hosting an event. So I was acting kind of as the technical director, helping Outright Vermont do their fire truck pull award ceremony. So there were a bunch of people engaging, pulling them in and out. And I found some of these platforms to actually be helpful for that too. So if there's anybody watching who isn't necessarily a DJ or wants to experience the, experience a DJ set, know that some of these platforms actually work pretty well for other types of events. Because certainly this whole year we've all experienced there's no award shows, there's no celebrations, there's no kind of even speaker series or things really able to happen in a way that feels something other than just another Zoom meeting. There's kind of that feeling of it. So I put that as a proviso. Anybody watching, you can kind of I think experience that in a different way depending on what platform it is. So I'm going to start with kind of where I started in my flow of the year, the last how many months has it been? 7 months, 8 months? I don't know what year is it? What month is it? So back in March, my first instinct was, this is really heavy. This is really anxiety producing. Where are my anchors as an individual about how do I deal with my anxiety and stress? And it's often, it usually is with music, and it's usually with doing my weekly radio show at WRUV here in Burlington, but it's also been doing dance parties. And so I was like, how can I pull that off from the safety and the stay in place order of my own home? And so much to the chagrin of my partner, I pulled out every box I've carried around my life of all the old audio gear, old cords, all these things that I've kept, and I'm like, I'll totally need this one day. And this pandemic was the day that I needed all of those cords and gear. And I pulled it together and I cobbled together essentially a from home broadcast studio to do radio shows. But I also realized I could totally just use this to stream and do a DJ set. I just plugged in my DJ rig into the mixer setup I had. And I was like, let's do this. So me, like many other DJs back in mid-March, late March, were like, well, what's the easiest way to do this? Let's just go live to Facebook or live to Instagram. And so I immediately realized, like a lot of people did, that there's pros and cons to it. And that's kind of how I experienced every platform I'm going to show you guys all quickly. So my first experience with Facebook was it's great because it's got that interface where people can comment and watch. It drops into people's feeds saying hey, DJ Lou's live right now. So there wasn't much hustle I had to do to kind of really hype it hard on promo. I just kind of popped up on a Saturday and people popped in because everyone was home on, already on their screens. And so that's what I really liked, is that they had all those pros about it. It also automatically recorded it, and it was it replayed easily for anybody who wanted to. And most importantly, even though technically social media is not free because they're stealing all of our data, shout out, Facebook and all those other creepies out there, but it is free. We don't have to pay into that as an annual fee or a monthly fee. The cons about it are that it has these massive copyright right dropouts. They're not paying the subscription fees or the licensing fees that a radio station usually does, or some of these other online platforms do. So you end up with Facebook just dropping the sound out, and Instagram dropping the sound out, either live during the set or afterward when you go back to watch replay. And unless you're deeply seated in who owns what licensing for which label, you have no idea how to build a set around that. Generally, as the more months went on, the more I did this, I realized, okay, I can't play anybody on Columbia, I can't play anybody on RCA. I kind of started to anticipate which artists were doing that, but I was like, that's no fun. I don't want to build a set around whose licensing fees are getting paid into Facebook and who aren't. So that's just one thing to know, is that while it's a super simple platform, the audio just generally sucks in general, but also it drops out your copyrights. Instagram is especially bad because it only lets you use your onboard smartphone microphone. I haven't found a way to plug in a direct line into here to give it a better audio feed. So it always ends up being kind of this janky side, camera, second camera view when I try to use it. So for me, my opinion is not great for dance parties. Way better for Q&A, interviews, workshops, PowerPoints, anything with a spoken word where it's your own individual content, not someone else's pre-recorded stuff. Zoom, which we are in right now, obviously for this presentation, equally had some interesting like pros and cons, to be honest. That was the first platform I used to do an actual dance party. I actually went live to Zoom, and then from Zoom pushed it to Facebook and actually also YouTube. There were some pros to that, like, the free side of it was, you can have up to 25 people on the screen at one time. I wanted to create like a, people dancing on screen with me kind of thing, dance party kind of vibe, which, I had invited out to my friends, I invited out to my networks and everything. This was like right before people realized what Zoom bombing was. And in my first dance party using a Zoom, I then got to experience what Zoom bombing was. So like these like total sexist, homophobic, racist, really dangerous, trolly people just like jumped into any public Zooms they could find. They still try to do it, but they've pretty much locked it down at Zoom. And they come in and they bombard the screen. They steal the, the speaker spotlight. And then all of a sudden there's like inappropriate photos popping up and like people yelling and like doing all kinds of stuff. And so that was a good lesson learned in that first or second Zoom where we got Zoom bombed. It felt like I had made it online as a online DJ dance party to be finally Zoom bombed. But, it was not a good experience for all of us. I had to shut the Zoom down, restart it. Now there's like, you have to admit people. I mean, anybody coming into the Zoom today, the reason you have to be admitted is because Zoom bombing was a thing back in March and April. So, there's also other limits to Zoom as well. There's a 40-minute limit. So if you're only going to do a 40-minute DJ set, you're good. If you're going to do something longer than that, you got to pay into it. There's also a participant limit if you're really getting a lot of people in there. And again, there's copyright. In my opinion, I think there's also some copyright concerns in here. Depending on what you do with this afterward. It's one thing to go live. And I think because of the pandemic, there hasn't, the folks who own all those licensing companies haven't figured out like, oh, is Zoom kind of like YouTube? Should we go after Zoom, or the individuals broadcasting to get licensing fees? I think that that's coming. So I would not advise anybody who's looking to kind of invest in doing online DJ performances to really do the Zoom thing, because you're kind of opening yourself up for a potential licensing issue there when and if these companies get around to it. Now, fingers crossed, obviously, we're not living in this COVID moment for another year, but, how long will it take before people are allowed to pack back to dance floors? Like, I think that dance parties are around for a while online, at least for now. So I warn people about the licensing thing because it is a really big deal and you can't just kind of like shrug that off. It's you could get slammed with some legal stuff if you ignore it. So again, Zoom, way better for large meetings, things like what we're doing right now, conferences, presenter style events that you want to have audience interaction, but maybe share a screen, maybe something like that. But again, not necessarily sharing other people's content. I've also seen people like doing kind of like online movie viewing together. And it's really important to be clear that there's, again, that licensing piece and the copyright. You can share stuff. I think it's like the year right now is about anything before 1975. I mean, you'll have to Google this, but there's the public domain that things fall into after about 50 years. So whatever 50 years ago was, actually, whatever that is. Anyway, you should Google it. I'm not an expert in it, but I do know that you can't share other people's content, within copyright laws unless it's like pretty darn old. So just a heads up about that. Okay, so next one here. So for much of the year, to broadcast just audio, I was using this platform called Mixer.com. So Mixel without an E.com. It was just for audio streaming. It was a super easy interface. I basically just like downloaded the platform onto my laptop. It found the inputs that I wanted to use. So my mic and my input for the audio I was going to play. And then it allowed me to kind of essentially broadcast out. I had like a mini radio station. So I use this for radio shows and for live DJ sets that I just wanted to do audio for. I especially like this because, again, the reason I do this is to have good audio. So like this was better to me than what Zoom and Facebook were doing to the audio levels and sounds. It just was sounding too crappy. The con about it is that I found technically it was tech-wise dropping out on me randomly. And then it would be like, I'd be 40 minutes into something. I'd be like, this is not broadcasting anymore. What's going on? So there's like no warning symbols. It just kind of kicked out. It is a $10 a month fee for service to use. And it only gives you at that rate, it only gives you 3 hours every 24 hours. So if you wanted to do something longer or broadcast like a radio show one night, for example, like I was doing on a weekend, and then do a dance party the next day, you couldn't do it. You had to wait 24 hours, which was kind of annoying. But again, best for good audio, DJ sets, radio broadcasting, only solo. And again, it's like a sending the signal out into the world, not a two-way street. I wanted to give a quick nod to Twitch. I know some people have definitely been using Twitch. This is largely a gaming platform for people who want to like, you know, play with their friends, or more importantly, kind of do like the real badass gamers, the people who are like so good at whatever it is, Fortnite, whatever it is that they're playing, that people actually watch them as if it's like a YouTube channel. So again, Twitch is been used a bit by DJs that I've seen out there. It's very similar to YouTube, if people are kind of familiar with that. So you set up a channel, you brand it. My experience with it has been very limited. I believe that it kind of just pings whenever you go live, but much like YouTube, you need to have subscribers and people to realize that you're on the platform. So just know that that's like, if I were to suggest a video style platform, I would suggest one of the ones I'm about to share later, not necessarily Twitch. Twitch really is mostly for gamers, and it's becoming a little bit more for people who want to do commentary stuff too. Like Congresswoman AOC is connecting with a guy who's a podcaster often to play this game called Among Us, but also talk politics. So it's clearly meant to be like more for interview vocal stuff rather than DJ stuff. So another platform I use is Mixcloud. I think, Craig, you're familiar with Mixcloud here. Now this one is a great platform because it's audio only, so not video, but audio only. They cover all those licensing fees, even for a free account. So it's kind of like you could upload a pre-recorded anything, like DJ set, radio show. This is where I archive all of my radio shows. I've got like hundreds of them up there, and people can go back to listen later. But in the COVID moment, they also really activated their live functions. You can go live here, kind of like what I was doing on Mixer.com. And it gives you some additional platforms. You can also monetize, kind of how like in YouTube, if you get a certain number of subscribers and followers, there's a monetizing opportunity there. So if you really kind of stoked this, you could get some money off of this eventually. Again, I'm not saying you go, you know, you're going to become like the influencer with 1 million, you know, Instagram followers or YouTube followers and get like tons of money off of this. But this is how you build your base. This is one of those platforms. Some of the cons are, if you want more of the functions, like most of these, you have to pay in. So there's a free version, but there's a $15 a month one that allows you to start going live. I find the UX, the user interface, a little clunky, but that's just a thing to know. And then you do need additional streaming software to actually make the live function happen. They walk you through it. There's a whole tech thing to it, but it isn't just as easy as a plug and go or a push a button and go. There's a couple other steps to it. So again, if you're just looking to do radio shows or DJ sets, or again, good audio only, this one might be one of the ones you might want to look into. I found it to be pretty good. I've used it for years, at least on an archiving kind of user kind of platform. So then finally, here's StreamYard. Now, StreamYard honestly is like the one that I like the most. So StreamYard is this platform that does pretty much all of the pros for all those other platforms I was just telling you guys about. So StreamYard is, and I don't know if they existed before COVID, or they must have existed before COVID, but they blew up kind of like Zoom did once COVID happened, because they're an interface that that is integrated with every social media platform. So you can push from StreamYard to Facebook, to YouTube, you can push it to Twitter as well. And what it does is that it's better than Zoom in that you can add nice branding and graphics to it. You can drop in screen sharing. You can have people in a waiting room that you pull in. Like on the user experience, you're almost like a technical director. Like, you know, those control rooms, like backstage of like any live show, like that's the platform. So like, you know, Craig, when you and I were DJing, I was pulling you out off the screen. I was putting you back on the screen. There was this like, that's because this platform basically has that interface in it. I couldn't have done that in Zoom. If I pulled you off the screen, I would have kicked you out of the Zoom room, you know, like, or same thing, you know, Facebook doesn't allow you to bring anybody else into the room. So StreamYard, I think, is like, if you're going to do this and you want to have that video experience, the good audio experience, an interface that isn't too complicated, that you can still both DJ and also kind of tech direct on the fly, I think this is the one to do it. Plus, it gives you all of your comments and your live streaming and your stats all in one spot to see. So anybody commenting on any platform, you're seeing it all through the StreamYard platform. And the thing about it is that, like, for all of that, yeah, they should totally have it be a fee service. I get that. So it's about $25 a month. For me, it stopped making sense because I had this vision in the fall that I was going to do dance parties every week, and I was going to whatever, it was going to be worth the fee. I ended up doing one since, which was actually with Craig. Actually, I did two. I did Pride and I did Craig, and I haven't done another one since. So for me, it isn't useful to have this platform. But again, if this is something you want to do on the more regular, I totally suggest the platform because as you can see here in this photo with me and Emoji, like Emoji was one of those dancers at the Pride. This is the Pride set that I was doing. So I had my screen going, I had Emoji dancing. I put the pop-up logo on there. There is what's called a crawl. So like the if you watch CNN, the crawl that happens at the bottom of the screen. I could put a crawl there that was asking people to like pay a cover, like Venmo me $5, just as a way to monetize it a little bit, because there's not really any other way to ask people. You can get on the mic and say, hey, if you like what you're hearing, like it'd be great if you could drop a couple bucks because this is a labor of love. But the Venmo or the scroll and allow me to have that Venmo set up there, allowed it to just be a subtle ask, right? No pressure. People could hang out if they wanted to, but that night alone, I made $200. People dropping me some Venmo cash, which was great. And I didn't have to get on the mic and be like, hey, I'm unemployed and I'm DJing for free here. Like, hook a kid up. So anyway, I think StreamYard is like by far the one. If you're going to do it with a program like this. And so the last one, I just wanted to show you what Kid Koala uses. He uses one called Crowdcast. Again, this one is like if you want to start kind of like, I think, dabble in the social medias so that you kind of get your bearings about you. If you're going to start paying, I would go to StreamYard. If you're like a pro DJ and you're looking for like the better platform than maybe even StreamYard, I think Crowdcast might be what to do. And you can go back and watch these of what Kid Koala is doing to see what that interface looks like. But it's basically like an all-in-one encompassing experience. Like you create your users create their own little account so that they can kind of be there and they can talk with each other in a little side chat room. You don't even have to be involved in it. It's all this fully integrated stuff. Again, it costs money. This one is $30 a month or more if you want to have not have a cap of your time limit. But it's also great, I think, for regular audience building because you can basically, you can put up schedule up. So you can say like, so for example, Kid Koala does this every Monday night, 8 till 10 from Montreal. And he's got enough of a following. I mean, he's like a pretty well-known international DJ. I join in on this every Monday night, and like there are people literally all over the world engaging with him on this. And it's possible because this is the one place they know they can go. Like that, this is the platform. They sign in, they get the link, and it's all interfaced. It's not like again, social media or some of these other ones where you have to do all this hype, or if you're moving your event around. So I really like Crowdcast as a user, as like somebody who's experiencing the performance. So I believe that at least is the end of the platform pieces. And Craig, I did a couple other kind of like, I don't know if people had questions about basic, like what gear are you talking about, Lou? These boxes of stuff that you had at your house. So we could talk a little bit more about that if we want to nerd out a little bit, but those were the platforms, and I'll pause there for questions. Or Craig, your thoughts about any of these platforms you've used?
Well, I love, listening to you, I've learned a lot there. So I'm processing. The one thing I will say is that sort of interactive thing with your audience. And I'll share two different things that I've experienced. And one of those is when I do my Friday night Zooms with Recovery Vermont, I have, sometimes there's 10 people on the screen, sometimes there's 20. And I get to be that DJ that is in the booth looking through the little box, and I get to engage with who I want to and at my own pace. I can look at the comment section or the chat room when I'm done mixing and then go back to, okay, here you go. Hey, what's up? I can talk. But also finding that one person, whether it's Joshua or someone else on my screen, that it's like, okay, they're doing a dance. I'm going to do that dance because I can't look at everybody. All of a sudden, next to all 20 people are doing the same dance. And it becomes this thing where, okay, now I want the next dance. And so that becomes part of the interactive experience of folks using these. The other thing that I will say is this, I used to do this thing on Facebook. Every Sunday morning when they started, I would do a gospel house set. And it was mostly folks who were and are religious folks, and they were missing their church families. And I'm not a very religious person myself, but it felt really good to have folks that would engage. And sometimes there were a couple hundred people in the room. One day I get a text from my aunt after I was done, and my grandmother, before she passed, she needed help to go to the bathroom, but she was watching me and listening to me on my set and was loving it, going, "Oh my God, Craig found Jesus again." And but then in the middle of it, she had to get up and go to the bathroom. So my aunt helped her to the bathroom. In the middle of that, Facebook dropped me out because of copyright, and I restarted the stream. That was a frustrating thing because you come back and maybe half the people come back to the room with you. The one thing I will say, though, from that text was that my grandmother goes, "Where's Craig? Get him back on the screen." So, so people that can't normally go to these types of events get to go and engage in their own time, in their own space. Sort of like, also, one last thing I just thought of, I did something for Camp Tecumseh this summer where the kids couldn't have cancer camp. And then the folks that run Camp Tecumseh, they're like, "Wait a minute. Even without COVID, there are kids that are too sick to come to camp. We have to keep this going." So there's always going to be this piece. It's a matter of figuring out a way so it's viable for us to do it, whether it be financially or otherwise, and it's not too much of a pain. And I think you've really helped some folks and me know some places to look for, for platforms and equipment, etc.
Yeah, Craig, I totally agree. There's a lot of dare I say, good that has come out of this COVID moment, right? As human beings, politically, socially, community-wise, Vermonter-wise. But I think as a performers, and I see a question in here from Jim, talking about that interpersonal experience that was happening with dance parties, and will that come back after COVID, and how will that have changed, basically? And I think that your point there, Craig, is right, that like before COVID, there were a lot of people who couldn't come out to clubs, who couldn't come out to dance parties for a variety of reasons, right? Whether they were in recovery and it was like too risky for them, that was their high risk, like they couldn't be in a space where other people were drinking, whether it was people who are introverts and they're like, it was their nightmare to be in a room with a bunch of people, and yet they still love to dance. Like, so how were their needs ever being met by that kind of one size fits all experience? There were DJs who were like, "Look, I work for a living. Like, I can't be out till 2 a.m. every night, so like, and yet clubs really like, push you to only be open, like actual start at 10 o'clock. I mean, that was the older I've gotten and the more that I continue to, have DJ being on the side, like I kept finding, myself having to say no more. Right. And that was reducing the accessibility thing. And, like somebody who's trying to throw these events, like either if you're the independent, producer of an event, or if you're partnering with a club, it's like, getting somebody out in the middle of January to come out to a dance party, that's really hard. I mean, like winter experience is hard as a performer. I mean, whether you're a DJ or otherwise. So my hope is that for all of those boxes to be checked, continuing as we come out of COVID, how do events become more accessible for people through the power of screens, and not in a way that like limits, but in a way that brings in more, I think, people to that experience in a way that, still honors the artist and making sure that they get fed and paid and, in those ways, but also that there's a experience for people to participate in a way that is meets their risk level, right? Because I think, on a health level, I mean, not that I'm not a doctor, but like, in my own family experience here, like we've got folks with pre-existing conditions. And so like, we've had to be super safe and like shut down here. So even as vaccines roll out and things like that, I think us, like many other people, are still going to be like waves of people being able to come back comfortably, right? There'll be a first surge of people who are vaccinated and who have less health risk issues in their families or themselves. And so they'll be out there first, right? They'll be like, to keep using a dance floor metaphor, they'll be the first ones on that dance floor. But there's some more of us that are still going to have to be on the edges, right? And so how do we participate and get back into it, in different ways, in creative ways through technology that keeps us right in there? And what does that look like? I mean, I could imagine it being like, I'll pick on the Showcase Lounge at Higher Ground, right? So like, a space that could be set up with cameras, like permanent cameras that help an interface that's like, it's part of how venues basically even expand how they're doing it. I mean, knock wood that these wonderful venues all over Vermont and the world are able to come back, at least in part. But I think that to me is, if I were an owner of a venue, I would be thinking that way, right? Because, you're going to get some people back in a first wave, but more people are still going to want to engage. And so it'll be great because you'll have better sound, better lighting. It'll be that kind of theater experience. There'll be a crowd there, but they'll still be wanting people to participate virtually in that way. So help those venues get back open by thinking about technology and how would that interface happen, so that individual DJs aren't having to be also the tech directors and the chord managers and the setting this all stuff up from home. So yeah.
Yeah. So with that same ideology of the club setting up cameras and being interactive with a crowd at home, so to speak, like when my band did the drive-in for Higher Ground this summer, we were asking, hey, people were asking if it's going to be streamed, which I still have not gotten the video from. I was supposed to get the hard copy of what showed on the screens at the actual show, and they said, well, if it completely sells out, then we'll put it online, but we can't advertise it that way. I don't know if you can answer this question, but would it be great if there was a way to say, okay, this show is happening in Vermont, so everyone else in the world can watch it, but if you live in Vermont, you got to buy a ticket. Otherwise, you can watch it later, maybe, or something like that. Is that something you think that would work?
I think it's already working. I mean, like, I get the New York Times every Sunday, and they've dedicated a whole page to their arts and culture section, which otherwise is kind of like the sports section. There's like nothing happening, right? It's like it went from having like sports and arts and culture sections of like multiple pages to, I remember this. It was like the second or third week of April, and all of a sudden those pages disappeared from the Sunday New York Times. I was like, oh my God, you're right. There's no cultural happenings. There's nothing to write about, right? Everything has grind to a halt. So what I've seen happen with some of these big venues and like big production companies and theater companies and like, I'm talking like Carnegie Hall. I'm talking like, philharmonics around the world, like, a range of not just dance parties, but like big scale people. They have figured out ways to monetize for people to get the like direct link access to then be able to like jump in and experience it, no matter where you are in the world. Now, of course, time zones have an issue. Like, of course, there was, so again, I'll pick on my buddy Kid Koala. He's been partnering with like performance organizations around the world to do different creative things with music. So he did this robot dance party for the United Arab, I think it was somewhere in the Middle East. I forget which country, but anyway, they had a performance center there that hired Kid Koala to run a robot dance party. So the goal there was like, get kids, make your robot with us for an hour, right? Construct it, listen to some music while he's DJing, and then they're going to have then put your robot on and dance. Let's have a dance party for an hour, right? Which was like totally cool. But it was like, in Middle East time, right? The time zone there. So it was like 7 a.m. here or something ridiculous. And so, but I was like, oh my God, this is such a creative, cool thing. It's like the world has gotten small, right? Like we can participate in this. And there were like 400 people in that Zoom, like experiencing it. Again, it was like, we paid in, and I think it was like something easy, like $10. There's that kind of like that uniqueness experience there, right? Where it's like, it's clearly meeting some mission-based, probably grant funding for that particular arts culture organization. But also it's like this universal language of music, right? Like la la la, like, I'm going to say it, like, there's no need for a language barrier there, right? And so I think, so to your point, Craig, I think venues would be fools to not be thinking about ways to make it accessible in that way, even if it's a reduced price ticket or something, because at the end of the day, they need to get paid too. I get that. Right. But if you invest in the technology, and frankly, what I saw at the how they were setting the drive-in up, they were already had cameras. Like, it would not have been all that hard to do one of two things: live, making it live to people with a unique link, or live to tape, right? Like, you can watch back later, and maybe again another reduced ticket price. Because I think what we're experiencing with the restaurant industry, what we're experiencing with small businesses, and also what we're experiencing with the arts, it's not that people don't want to pay for it. It's that people are willing to pay for it. So we got to remember as performers to ask, right? To say, hey, I'm not just doing this for free. It's totally fine for me to ask for some money. And also for venues to get in the game in that way too, to say like, hey, we're going to like demystify what this price ticket is about, right? Like, here's what the ticket breaks down. Like, 50% of a ticket is like keeping the lights on at these places, 10% of that goes to opening acts, like 20% of it goes to the main stage. I mean, like, people I think would be shocked to realize that, like, when they think, oh man, this like $20 ticket to go see Grace Potter is like, exorbitant. Like, the price point is not big for venues to stay alive. So like, I hope my pals Alex and others who own these venues are thinking big like that, because I think people sometimes are like, well, I'm not going to pay $35 just to watch something on my screen, not thinking or knowing what that ticket breakdown actually entails. You know what I mean? So again, I hope in this COVID moment, these are some of the things we're learning, and some of the ways that people are willing to reject some of the old ways of doing things just because of the way we've done them always, and that we bring more people in, not limit people because of their health limits, their comfortability, or price tag.
Right. Well, and I think it behooves the venue as well to make sure that those cameras are good quality cameras. The feed is good. I mean, it only reflects upon you and your business. And so you want to make your venue look like the best venue in the world. So if I'm on the board of the Flynn doing some programming stuff, and we talk about unfuddy-duddying the Flynn. Yeah. But also realizing this is the Flynn. You are the Flynn. You're not just some flea bag theater down the street. You're the freaking Flynn. So make it look like that. And at all points, from the time you walk in the door or to the time you log on to something online, it should look that way. So if DJ Lou or DJ Craig, we set up our own cameras, it's not going to look the same as if they have something high quality. And
absolutely.
Maybe that is something that our state representatives and the people who are in power who will be seeing this later on can think about, and whether that's through grants or otherwise, making sure that this driver of our economy, at least a large part of it being the entertainment industry, is taken care of so it doesn't totally crash down and burn the next time this comes around. So there won't be necessarily needs for stimulus checks. We can do things online and have it be where people feel okay about paying a $10 cover to see it because it looks good and it sounds good.
Absolutely. I think, that experience, and that's true even if we were in person, right? Like I've been to many shows where the sound has been crappy and I'm like, I'm not going to stick around for this. Like what's going on? Is there some like 12-year-old running the soundboard? Like, or right. More importantly, as a performer too, like I'm not going to sign up to participate in something if I know I'm bringing my reputation to the table, right? So like I need to trust that I'm not going to have tech issues or it's not going to look bad or sound bad. And that was true before COVID, right? If I walked up on the stage and I was getting crappy sound or, the sound person disappears. I mean, not that this has ever happened to me like multiple times or, the lighting's, whatever it is, the production value is critical no matter what the format is, screen or in person. And I think you're right, Craig, like, venues investing in that and the state remembering that, much as it's similar to brick and mortar, right? Like we need to have these physical places for people to be. I think that technology is equally important, like making sure that infrastructure is there so that this can also be another tool for those venues to be able to get these this content out there. Because we're seeing, I see Cat Wright and other, Vermont performers figuring out ways to do like online performances and like these distanced, inside, like they're performing in barns, right? So it's mic'd up, they're all distanced and those performances are happening. And, you don't need the audience physically there with you, but like you do need all those mics. You need the space that's able to be distanced. It needs to be slightly warm enough, especially if you're in a barn, to be able to, to pull that off. But, those are the things I think that on the infrastructure side of things, not only need to be funded, but also, I mean, maybe this is a thing that the Vermont Creative Network or some of these other, great entities of strong minds coming together can think about of like, the state often needs a proposal put to them about like, what would it take? What does that look like? Is there some safe way that there can also be crowd sharing in that kind of way, right? Like, is there at least for this COVID moment, could venues team up instead of compete? Could they team up in some sort of way, the bigger ones, to, have that pre-set up so that maybe other venues could rent another venue to go like, have what Monkey House present at here, let's get wild. Monkey House presents at the Flynn, DJ Lou and DJ Craig, like on the main stage. And it's like, you and I are both, I wish the Flynn had balconies because my vision is more like maybe we're at the Paramount. We're at the Paramount in Rutland. You're in a balcony. We're DJing. It's already been set up, and it's presented by maybe like another venue that has rented out that space where the Paramount does it. And they do this already, right? Like the Flynn, I know rents to
I know Higher Ground uses it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So it's thinking about, these are practices that exist already, but how can we do this for venues? Because not everybody's going to be able to afford setting up the cameras, setting up the feed, having that infrastructure there. But some of these organizations could, the bigger ones totally could do this. Right. And then is there an opportunity in a spirit of community goodwill here to let some of these other smaller venues be able to rent with maybe state funding, state subsidies, rent in so they can present as well. Because what I love about the small venues is that they're taking much bigger risks than the Flynn or Higher Ground. Monkey House is bringing in these, independent performers that like, you're like, oh my God, I saw them when, right? Like there's so many small performance spaces in Vermont that are like that. that are going to get crushed during this because they're not able to provide that and have that infrastructure support to pull it all off. Because it's the one person show, right? Or 2-person show at the Monkey House. Like they can't do all those things. So those are just some kind of like on the fly thoughts. I agree, Craig. Like I think it's we have everything to gain and nothing to lose when we come together in this like really critical moment together as an entire industry, as performers, as venue owners, and as audience members. Like, I think anybody watching who isn't a performer, isn't a venue owner, but like loves the arts and wants to and misses experiencing this, like this is the kind of stuff to practically say to people, like, this is what it would take to keep this going, to keep this nurtured.
I agree 100%. I mean, I think back to, and I know there's a couple questions we'll get to in a second, but I think back to 135 Pearls and our big demise. And and believe it or not, it was a smoking ban. Now, we were a very different business. And so when they announced it and didn't really give us a vote on it, we had no choice and there was no grace period. I agree. Smoking in bars, it's disgusting. You go home smelling like crap, and not everyone has to. If you're not a smoker, you might as well be smoking if people are smoking next to you. I get that part. The majority of the people that would come in on the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday were usually folks who were pretty much in the closet. They're not going to stand on a main street and smoke their cigarettes. But we had no way of like getting ready for this. And there was no grant to say, okay, we're going to help you build a HEPA filter room or some space outside that where people can be protected and their privacy protected as well. And that's, generally why our sales were cut 50% within the first 3 months of the smoking ban. And I went to the city and I said, here's what happened in New York City. And you're basically like, you're killing us here. And I said, well, sales went up exponentially in New York City after the ban. I'm like, yeah, but the study you're looking at is after the first 6 months. In the first 6 months, 100 bars shut down in New York City. Some were open one day and then go there another week and they're gone. Said, so you're looking at the study that says there are fewer bars. And of course, there's more people going there. And those were also some of those bars that sneakily could buy a smoking license because they found a way to worm around it. But, so it was to be able to look at it from an eye of someone who is either the business owner or the entertainer and consider them instead of just policy.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, because I think a lot of these venues are mission based, as you're saying, right? Like, Pearls, while it was technically for profit, was mission based. It was the only gay bar in Vermont, and so that user experience, I think, is unique. And I think there are many places around Vermont that are either because they're nonprofits as a venue, or they're a venue that is specific to a certain type of community. I think that they run even a higher risk of shutting down during COVID because there is such a niche market that they're trying to fulfill that need for. And again, so without help or without municipalities thinking beyond a general approach to a problem, they don't realize that how that usually impacts. I mean, there's other examples of that too, like 242, right? I mean, I know Jim's on the call here. Like 242 it's for young people, right? It was for kind of the people who are the the outcasts, the punks, that venue experience that is very unique. People who are going to 242 and playing 242, we're not going to the Flynn. I mean, again, no offense, but the venues have different clientele and different needs. And so when you're not able to prioritize the resources that it takes, money, funding, people, et cetera, where do those people end up going? You shut it down, right? So it's like, it happened to Pearls, it happened to 242. I think COVID is going to amplify this, not just in Vermont, but we could be talking about New York City again. We could be talking, around the country. These venues that are, we're already a labor of love with a very thin margin of keeping the lights on. And when we just say, hey, you've got to, just apply for these big COVID grants, like that's intimidating alone, right? How do you apply for a big COVID grant? How do you navigate that system if you don't already know how to do it? So anyway, as usual, Craig, right here.
And it's also, having those systems in place that it's not so daunting, it's not so scary to avoid resentment.
Yep.
It's people giving the finger to the system because 242 is closed, Pearls is closed. I mean, but maybe there's a way that we can plan for this. When I did the prom for VPR, the one person that had one of the best congratulations and messages to the students was Tom Messner, our local weather guy, who said, you guys who are graduating right now, you folks are going to have it easier than we have it. Because right now we're figuring it out. We're floundering. we got nothing. We're all broke and scared. And the next time that this happens, when it does, you at least have watched us and learn from us. And again, hopefully the folks who are in power are doing the same, so that they avoid the fingers being given to them by the folks who were taken to the streets. But also we'll have some power in our own selves to be able to go utilize something that it feel like it's all being taken away from us. It's sad walking by the monkey house and have it be closed. It's sad, but no online infrastructure to sort of keep it going that people can pay for. So again, like we talked about earlier with having cameras, and if there was a way that places could invest in a really nice technological way of showcasing their space online, so that when they have to shut down, they can still do shows or whatever it is, or even sneakers is only open Friday and Saturday now. That's sad. They're a 7-day-a-week business, and so hopefully the folks that are listening and will listen will be listening and hearing as well.
Yeah, and to tee it up for my pals who are about to come on after this conversation, I see you guys, Brian, Allie, how you guys. I never see anybody anymore either. It's like, this is my one moment to be like, hey, nice to bump into you. But I think, Craig, it's true for festivals too. Let's not forget that, a huge part of like what people love in Vermont is the like outdoor festival experience of like either going to see a show on a green somewhere, right? Like the local so-and-so is playing, in the gazebo, let's go sit and chill. Or festivals like Waking Windows or the many, many others around the state. I think there's also ways to lean into that in a state that has so much outdoor space, but again, very little infrastructure of like, it's not like we can all schlep around these like stages and like massive jumbotrons and like what, again, Higher Ground did at the expo. There's a reason they did it at the expo. You don't have to keep moving it around, but
right.
What would happen if Vermont had invested in or would invest in essentially drive-ins for each main area of Vermont, right? There were like 2 down south, like 1 in central Vermont, whatever, and that was maybe publicly owned. I mean, let's get wild here, right? Like owned for outdoor performance space that could be used during pandemics or otherwise, and rented instead of it having to be this, there's only one place to go and you either got to schlep to Essex or not. I mean, there are fairgrounds everywhere. I mean, these spaces kind of exist already, Rutland and hell, imagine putting Tunbridge on the map, right? Tunbridge, like the Tunbridge festival space, although admittedly that is incredibly muddy. Like you get a sprinkle of rain and
it's over.
Yeah,
and my brain was going towards racetracks, but then I think about that too. That's kind of the same thing.
Again, yeah, like Thunder Road and Barrie. I mean, these we gotta rethink the infrastructures and what potentially could become more publicly used rather than the niches that they have, right? Like Thunder Road just right now used for racing, right? Like, right. I bet Governor Scott could get behind that.
I think he could. I think he, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
There you go. Well, there you
go. So one question I want to get to before I bring on the next presenters. Questlove somehow does Instagram with sound from his board. And how do you think that happens?
So I think he's smarter than me. I think he's prettier than me. I think he's way better at everything than me. He's also the biggest, hardest worker in the room. So I think it's a tech thing that I just haven't been able to figure out. I'm sure that there's a technology plugin, and I don't even know if he's using like a Android or smart or an iPhone. So I think there's some kind of it wouldn't be that hard to figure out. I'm sure it's just a matter of Googling it or finding somebody who currently does it to figure out how. That's actually how Craig and I have done most of this, is skill sharing back and forth to be like, hey, what sound and video and stuff has worked best for you? Like, let's all make that work. So yeah, I'm sure it's actually not that hard. What I'm saying in my own experience is that managing to get on Instagram, I quickly put that far down my list because it kept dropping out because of the copyright stuff. And also, right. I think there's a time limit on Instagram too that I was experiencing, that it was like, you can only go live for a certain amount of time, especially if there's pre-recorded music going on. And so right. I was just like, forget it. I'm going to move on to something that's more, again, all encompassing. So
right.
Questlove, if you're watching, let us know how you do it. I don't know.
Well, the last question I have for you, and it sort of pivots into that, would be, we talked a lot about copyright stuff, which you just mentioned as well again. How do you think folks like Questlove and D-Nice get around all that? Because they never get dropped out anymore. They did in the beginning. I remember the one that D-Nice did with Michelle Obama, who was the co-host. And every 50, even, what's his name? Zuckerberg was watching. Yeah. And he gave a shout out to Zuckerberg. And every 15 minutes, it got shut down. But now they don't get shut down at all. Is it pay to play?
you know, that little like authorized account like blue check mark that happens on some of these platforms. I think if you're Questlove and if you're at that point D-Nice, you don't get shut down anymore because they pay attention to your accounts. I think the rest of us schmucks out here doing this, like, we open them up for lawsuits. I think that there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes in social media. I'm not a expert in any means, but I think it's no coincidence that it made them look bad, right? It made Facebook look bad that there was dropouts happening during time where this guy was happening to getting, I forget what he was at the height, but it was like hundreds of thousands of people were watching D-Nice.
Yeah, there was like 600,000 people on one of them. Yeah.
And so like that is bad PR. So if I were Zuckerberg, I would get on the phone with the IT department and say like, do not go into this guy's account and like take it down, or take down all these like things. But again, more largely, we are not those people. Let's be honest too. Questlove, D-Nice, they've got teams. They have teams behind them. This is not some kind of like, I'm just like showing up in my kitchen and like DJing. Like their production at this point, there's production and like agents and other people that are into that. And frankly, I think especially for D-Nice and at least for Questlove, they actually do as performers pay into licensing on kind of a way that like for example, a radio station or a venue would, with the ASCAPs and stuff. There are individual performer levels. I don't know the details of that. I've never kind of dabbled in that because everywhere that I usually played before pandemic, like a place like Higher Ground or any radio station, they pay to have that be able to have that music happen in their space, whether it's pre-recorded or otherwise. So not much of an answer other than you got to get a team. You got to get some people smarter around you.
Right. And get a blue check mark next to your name.
Exactly.
DJ Lou, thank you so very much for being with us today. That was amazing. If folks would like to unmute, I'm going to put it back on gallery view here. And I'll unmute you all if you'd like as well. Let's see. There we go. Awesome. So I'm going to take a couple minutes and give some folks some time to grab a glass of water or, whatever it is that you like to do, go take a little rest break, whatever that may look to you. And then we'll get started with our next presenters. But again, DJ Lou, that was amazing, so informative. And hopefully we can get what was said to the right ears at the right times and make life better for us the next time this happens.
Let's public domain all of public spaces. Let's just make them all venues.
Wouldn't that be great?
Take it to the streets.
Right? Wait, wouldn't it be great? Well, going back to like what you say, like Monkey House live from the fairgrounds, and then Higher Ground live from the fairgrounds, and Nectar's Metronome live from the fairgrounds. Make it all so that we can all use these spaces to still keep our creative juices going and our economy going for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. 2 minutes. Right back.
Hi, everybody. It's nice to see everyone.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Thank you, Lou, very much.
Yeah, I hope that was it made sense to folks. I don't know, like it's weird to do this stuff in these formats, and talk about stuff and think about critically how to do it in a more collective effort. Because I feel like all of us have been stuck doing this individually, figure it out yourself as opposed to bring our powers together. So I hope there's some nuggets there to act on.
I'm especially curious in general about how like culture will change, like how you were talking about there being more interpersonal connectivity virtually. And I wonder how recognizing the value of that is going to translate back into the real world in every situation. Are we going to come out of this all more respectful of the idea of being together? I think we are, but are we going to follow through with improving how we get together in the future?
Yeah.
That's a fun part of the conversation.
It's a lot of fun. I'm having a great time today so far, folks. So DJ Lou, that was a lot of fun with you, and of course with Dominic earlier. And Brian and Allie, thank you so much for being here and doing this.
Of course. Thanks for including us. This is super important, and glad that we could be part of it. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. So before we get started, a couple maintenance things. I want to remind you that this is being recorded for posterity so that we can share this on our YouTube page and share this with the folks that hopefully can make a difference in our life the next time this happens. And hopefully we'll be better prepared for it the next time. We here at Big Heavy World, as citizens of the United States, And the state of Vermont would like to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on the occupied, unceded, sieged territory of the Abenaki people. Today, we are talking with various different folks who are involved in the entertainment industry as performers and otherwise to hopefully make our lives better, or at least more informed the next time that something like COVID happens in our life. Again, big shout out to Dominic Spillane for Theater Engine for being our opening presenter. DJ Lou, with all of Lou's wisdom and knowledge and fun. That was great. Coming up next, we have Allie and Brian Nagel of Monkey House and Waking Windows. And then we'll be rounding out our day with Shauna Potter, who's an author, presenter, and podcaster in the world of harassment and the eradication of it, in a way to say, unless we're all equitable and equal, then none of us are. So, and that's especially true in our field. So with that said, I'll ask you to mute yourselves, and I'll mute myself in a second, and I'll go to speaker view. Let's see. And there we are. And Allie and Brian, I believe. Let's see. There we are.
All right.
The floor is yours. And then really quickly, if folks have questions, you can put them in the chat on the side. You can answer at your leisure. And then at the end, if there are folks who have some questions, they can ask you directly, whether it's chat or speaking to you.
Okay, great.
Great. Well, thanks for inviting us today. As Craig said, I'm Allie Nagel, and I'm the manager of the Monkey House and one of the owners of Waking Windows.
And my name is Brian Nagel. Glad to be here today. I'm one of the co-founders and organizers of Waking Windows Presents and also Waking Windows Winooski the Music Festival. I am the talent buyer at the Monkey House, and I also am a local DJ in town known as Disco Phantom, and I've been part of the Burlington/Winooski music scene for about 13 years now.
And so what we're going to be talking about today is the booking process, how to get booked, and all of that goes along with it pre-COVID, during COVID, and hopefully a post-COVID world, which we'll hopefully see soon. The Monkey House, we're going to start by just kind of explaining what the Monkey House is and Waking Windows. The Monkey House is a venue that has been in Winooski for about 14 years, and we host events, live music, and many other types of events for 14 years, from indie rock to metal, alt country, experimental, pretty much any type of event that you can think of, we are happy to try to host and work with folks. And Brian, like he said, does the booking for the Monkey House and Waking Windows. And for those that are not familiar with Waking Windows, we're an independent music collective based in Winooski. We present and promote shows in Vermont. Primarily, we have gone out of state to Portland and I think Montreal in the past, but very minimally. For the past few years, we primarily focused booking the Monkey House and Arts Riot and also the Radio Bean. But in our earlier years, we definitely did more DIY shows at various spaces that maybe wouldn't normally host shows or non-public spaces. Most people know of Waking Windows as a festival that takes place in May in downtown Winooski over 3 days and nights, featuring over 180 bands, comedians, DJs at 15 different venues, including 2 outdoor stages. This past year in 2020, we would have been celebrating our 10th year. We did go virtual, which worked out well, besides the fact that it was the most beautiful spring weekend. So we were able to record it. So I think we did have a good turnout for people watching it if they weren't outside hanging out. The festival has grown to be one of the largest showcase of live music in the state. We draw over 5,000 people throughout the weekend. We focus a lot on local music, but sort of the bread and butter of it are the national and international acts that we bring in. We didn't feel like we had a festival similar to the music taste that we were as a group. There's 3 other owners that were really focused on the music that we enjoyed. So we brought in the bands that we wanted to see play, and then it kind of grew from there. And a lot of what Waking Windows has been chalked up to be as a discovery festival, where you might buy a ticket to the festival not knowing any of the bands on the lineup, and you leave having multiple favorite new bands that you want to listen to and buy merch. And that really has the bulk to do with the booking, because it is super curated. And Brian is going to kind of take over and talk about the booking part of first Waking Windows and then the Monkey and kind of how they connect.
Yep. So with booking Waking Windows is a little bit different than booking the Monkey House. And kind of the way we go about it is just kind of in general, we all get together and just kind of go off our own tastes, whether we're going over our, different playlists we have, or different notes that we made throughout the year of kind of who we want to see at the festival, and just kind of make a huge list of kind of our dream lineup and that kind of stuff, and kind of move from there. And then we look at all sorts of out of those bands, meet as the group and kind of go from there. And then we kind of look at bands, look at their Polestar numbers, which is a website that shows bookers how many tickets bands have sold in certain markets, just to kind of gauge, even if they're our favorite band, the festival still has to, is a business and still has to do well. So we want to know who folks are into, how they've done in the past, and then kind of from there, once we have a list, kind of reach out to agents and bands and kind of see if they're available and what they're quoting, so how much the bands are going to cost. And then we also look at their social media accounts and Spotify, and just see like how many folks are listening to them, if folks are aware. Even though it is a music discovery festival, we still want folks to be familiar with some of the bands. So when we announce the poster, they'll be excited and be looking forward to see some of their bands they do like, and then obviously hopefully discover bands that they don't know about. And then also, because we have so many venues, as we're booking the bands, we want to have in mind is where are they going to play, where do they make sense in the lineup, whether it's a daytime, evening, or night set, and just kind of piece it together. And kind of maybe one venue it's already kind of booked and we already have that type of music, or fits that sort of vibe or energy, and then we'll kind of move on from there, and then see kind of what bands are already on tour, and just start having conversations with agents and bands, seeing what makes sense, what doesn't make sense.
We literally have a checklist, like in our group. If someone mentions a band, then Brian or someone else will say, okay, well, where would that band play? What time would they play at? And like really going into the details of like, how can this band fit into the festival, in all aspects of who will be going to that, and
just make sure there's a something for everyone, and not too much of one band or not too much of one sound, or only late night bands, or only bands early in the day. And then overall, as we're going around looking at the budget, making sure that makes sense, and that we still can make it work. And even if an offer maybe is too low to a band and they can't make it work, we'll try and hopefully maybe we'll be able to give them a hotel room or travel and ground transportation or something like that, just to make the deal work for the festival and for the band, so everyone's taken care of. And this is a pretty long process, actually. We already start looking at headliners as far as a year to 14 months out, so it's definitely kind of almost like chiseling a block of wood, just keep chipping away, and the shape of the festival comes
before the festival and
so
goes
big.
Until like a couple weeks.
It's a lot goes into it, because obviously we're not only just programming music, but we have comedians, DJs, all different types of artists, visual artists, and all different types of performances that we're showcase that we're putting on. So it definitely takes a lot to do that. And then also for just regular folks versus us reaching out, we do have submissions. People can submit to play the festival, and last year we got over 400, which is amazing. We're so glad that people care about the festival and want to be a part of it. And then we do the same kind of checklist, see where would people play, the cost, what makes sense, and all that kind of stuff, and we go through everyone, and we basically we want the festival to be for everyone, and just it worked for everyone. And as Ali was mentioning with the music discovery thing, is we want people to find something, and also definitely take some pride in is that people all the way, we have kids, we even have afternoon kid shows, and all the way up until my dad was there, and was 80 or is 86, so he went. So it's literally, there's something for everybody, and it's not just a music festival. It has all different types of programming that hopefully artist markets to just comedy shows to other pop-ups, just so it's really something for everyone, and they can, as someone walks in the box office, even if they know nothing about the festival, I feel like a used car salesman, I can like pitch them to anything, be like, what are you into, what do you like, let's get you in here, because also we try and keep it pretty affordable for folks, because we know with going to festivals it does get expensive, but that's also a big thing with booking to keep in mind, is to keep the festival affordable for all. So
yeah, and I think that booking and being a good booker and talent buyer and doing it for so many years, we have the experience now going into different years and shows and festivals, is the community, and as such a community like ours, we're so fortunate to be in our type of community. People learn to trust, like, okay, I've been to shows that Brian's booked a couple times and I've left really enjoying them. Now I trust him and what his suggestions are. And that could go for anyone, that you sort of build trust in the community. And that's why Burlington and Winooski and Chittenden County in general is just so special, because you can build those relationships within the scene of, I have no idea who that band is, but they said it's going to be good and I'm going to go see it.
Yep.
And then the Monkey looks a bit different, because we do try to book music or an event at the Monkey like 4 to 7 nights a week. So the curation is still there, but it's not as specifically detailed as a festival would be. So the process, it looks a bit different.
So usually just go over kind of a regular venue booking, and this is just the Monkey House, is usually a band. I'd reach out to a band, or they would send me an email, and then kind of the best way for them to kind of approach an email is just kind of really let me get a full picture of who they are, and that's by, sending a little info, like some background, like a bio, and then if they've, played in the area before, how many shows they've been doing recently, how many folks usually come to their shows, how long they play for, and then kind of their availability, what dates they had in mind. And I do look at their social media and past shows and see how many folks do go, if they're promoting their shows, where they're playing, how often, and all that kind of stuff, just get kind of an idea. And it's also really helpful for a lot of bands too, if they do send kind of the most recent recordings, whether it's live or done in a studio, and also if they have any videos, like any YouTube or Vimeo clips, just to kind of, so I can get a sense of what they're like live. So, kind of get a full picture of like when they would work, if I could pair them up with another band, or, just what kind of makes sense for them, whether early bands starting out, or they're more established and could do like a weekend slot. And then also really helps too, after the initial email, is just, if bands or acts are kind of, being responsive. So if I do have dates that are available, they get back sooner than later. And also just being nice and courteous in emails definitely goes a long way too. So even if I couldn't make a date work, if I remember I'm like, oh, they're really easy to work with and it was, a good experience, then I'll be quicker to follow up with those folks, just because I know it'll be good. And usually booking about a month to 2 to 3 months out. So it takes a process to, book the show and then be able to promote it and advance it and make sure it's successful. So if you are reaching out as a band or an entertainer or performer, definitely reach out far in advance, just so you don't get disappointed with your timeline versus the venue's timeline. And usually when I do a show, it's usually about like 3-band bill, opener, direct support, and headliner, and then kind of go from there. And some bands come with full bills, and they're like, oh, this is the night we envisioned, and other folks maybe they're touring a regional or national band and just need a date, and then I'll package some local bands that I think will fit and get some folks out and make it a good show for everyone, so the locals will be excited. And then also, even what happens sometimes too is when that band goes to the city where one of the bands is they played on the bill, they could reach out and see if they could set them up with a promoter or a show. So yeah, it helps out both ways. So when locals support touring bands, and then when those locals, if they do get on the road, can link up with the bands that they help support. So
yep. And then working together as a talent buyer and a venue manager, we would meet weekly to discuss, okay, what bands did well, what bands didn't do well, what bands were amazing that we need to promote more to get more people there because no one came to the show, or what band unfortunately didn't bring anybody out and their style or type of music maybe turned other customers away. It's really tricky to book a bar and a music venue, because even though the Monkey House is a music venue, primarily most of the time we're a bar. We really only have that music or event for maybe 2 to 3 hours a night, but we're open 10 hours a day. So we're known as a music venue, but we definitely are primarily a bar. So there's like a tricky balance of getting people to come to the shows, staying at the shows, and then sort of moving from there. And also, if the bands are, we ask the staff every night if they liked the band on a personal level. Were they courteous to staff? Were they flexible? Did they work well with everybody? Those are huge things going into a small venue, because we've had many bands that were very rude and we will never book again nor want to support when they come around, and the community is small. So if you're not working well with people, it does get around pretty quickly in the community. But again, all these things were pre-COVID, which is very different. Even just booking 3 months in advance, that is not really a thing right now. So I mean, now we're going to kind of talk about booking, what kind of happened when COVID started, and then what we hope for the future is sort of our next path or conversation.
Yeah, so I remember exactly when like COVID hit, because I was actually at the Monkey House doing one of my vinyl DJ nights, and I remember I went up to the bar to grab a drink, and I saw on TV, I couldn't believe it, it was NBA basketball game playing, and all of a sudden it got announced that the NBA was suspending all the games, and I just couldn't, I was hearing about it, but I just couldn't believe it was that big. But obviously it makes sense because 20, 30, 40,000 people being inside, right next to each other, so it made sense. And then also right around that time, South by Southwest got canceled, and that was a huge thing too, because it was kind of maybe a week or so before people were like, oh, I don't know if it's going to happen, and then by that time it was either canceled or about to be canceled. And that also kind of made sense to me, just because it was, it's international festival, people from all over the world traveling and all that kind of stuff. So they kind of wanted, put a hold on that to see kind of what was going to happen. So I knew it was kind of serious, but I didn't know how serious, because, I figured maybe at first we'd be closed for, maybe a month or two. And so kind of the booking standpoint from that angle was, just pushing off shows and delaying stuff. So, rescheduling shows at first for maybe like 2 months or 3 months later, and just kind of pushing stuff into later in summer and fall, and then focus maybe just having, if we could reopen, just kind of have locals play. But then kind of once that wasn't really happening, it was just it was kind of stressful, because it was changing on like day by day and week by week, and especially with the whole music community and everything being shut down, and everyone, it's not like we've done this before, so no one really had a plan of what they could do. So yeah, I was just kind of taking it day by day, figuring out what to do, and then during that period I was actually laid off from the Monkey, just because there was no shows or anything to do. But because Allie, my wife, is the manager, and I love the Monkey House, and obviously Winooski resident, I was always down there trying to help out with help them pivot and reopen. And then we started when it was they were allowed to reopen, we started just to have some DJs. Craig played, and some other folks, and we had we wanted to bring some music when there could be people out to the bar. So then we pivoted to just doing DJs in the garage door windows with speakers going outside. So just to kind of have a little bit of normalcy and make it a little special. So when folks were going out, they even though the Monkey is a bar, they would have a little bit of the music component too, so it would feel
keep the fun
okay.
vibe.
Yep.
And we didn't really want to dive into so much live music, because as we all know now, the air and vocals are what spreads COVID. So having people in a small space for a live band wasn't really something that we could approach just then.
Yeah, and folks just cheering and singing along, and it was there's a lot of elements, obviously, that gathering and pretty much
Right.
everything with live music and being in a venue is
It was not
conducive.
possible.
Yeah.
Or it was possible, but not maybe in the best way that you wanted to see music to really
Yeah,
make it
and
feel great.
And feel responsible and be good community members that were not part of the problem. And we also want to keep people safe and our community safe, and the staff and bands, and there's so many elements and parts and pieces that go into it that we want to look back and also be like we did the right thing, and also that we feel confident about what we're doing, and not just kind of putting things into action and then kind of being like, oh, I don't know if we should have done that. So really having to think things through, and then making sure everyone's comfort level, whether it's the bands and the venue staff and the sound engineer, and there's a lot of conversations and things that people feel comfortable at different levels. So there's a lot that goes into all this.
And so we did do a Halloween show where it was just instrumental only. And it ended up being really fun, and everyone was so respectful. But it definitely was tough to send out those emails to all the people that purchased tickets and say, we're excited to have fun, but you can't dance and you can't be standing, and you have to stay at your table, it ended up being so much fun. And it was just an instrumental band. And it was great, but there was a bit of it that was just, the energy, it's just not fully there because our capacity is 100 people. And at that time, we could only have 30 people really in the bar, sitting at tables. It's a half capacity, but then it's like, it puts so much pressure on the ticket purchaser because we had to say, okay, we have a table that could fit 6 people. So please don't buy this ticket if there's only 2 of you. So now all of a sudden you're having to ask people to pay more money for a ticket at a table rather than individual tickets. And then if somebody just bought one ticket and just one of them came, even though it's a table of 6, then you're sort of looking at them like, oh, where are your 5 other friends or people that you feel comfortable sitting at a table with, which isn't fair because I would go to a show by myself all the time. And now it's like, okay, I have to bring people with me to sit at the table who feels comfortable so that at least the bar can try to make money that night, which is not fun to have to think, okay, is this show going to be a slam dunk every time because the bar is at a point where they need it to be a slam dunk is sort of, it's a little frustrating for everybody involved. It's a little sad. Like, we wanted to do the music knowing we could only fit 30 people to sit down, and guess what? It might be 20 because maybe someone got exposed or were sick or
everything changed.
Didn't feel comfortable coming anymore. So there's a lot with that, but we also had such a nice mild winter or fall that we were able to keep windows open in the ventilations. And then the governor did shut down a couple weeks after Halloween that bars couldn't be open anymore. So we never really got to experience if people were going to feel comfortable coming inside with no doors open and windows open for ventilation, because it really does make it that much colder. And I know people are thriving for that community feel, but would they come out? Would they feel comfortable? I'm not sure. So now it kind of brings us to the current time of what is going to happen for booking shows. And I mean, we're already seeing it a bit with Waking Windows is coming up in May. And we're starting to talk to people and bands and agents, and we're sort of in a standstill, I think, until maybe mid-February to really see.
Like mid-January to mid-February.
To say sad, this is really sad, but like what venues and restaurants are still going to be open come May. We might not be able to be at capacity again, so financially it might not work for our sponsors, for us. There's a lot of risk going into, like, May still feels very unknown.
Yeah, and as things are changing, especially right now, and obviously they change day by day and week by week. But kind of the big thing is, even though looking at a post-COVID music scene and even the Monkey House and all that, it kind of really is up to the fans and the public to know what's possible. Because even if we get the go-ahead from the governor to open things back up, it's folks are going to have to come back, start showing up the shows for them to work out, for the venues, for promoters, for the staff and bands. And obviously, as many know, in the hospitality and entertainment industry, the margins, are really thin. So to operate, at partial capacity just doesn't, make sense financially with all the, overhead and operating costs. And then also too, just, back to me personally as the booker is, the venue, still even, can they even still pay me to do my job, when the shows aren't going to bring in as many people, or maybe we won't be allowed to at first, and it'll just be, only so many people will be allowed to be in the venues. And even though, might be booking just one band a night, it might be tough because those, those bookings are going to take a lot longer, just because I have to reach out to all the bands to see, who's still a band, who's active, all that kind of stuff. And then also putting in all the new systems and protocol, whether it's, and advancing with the band to see what the relationship with the sound engineer is going to be like. Is he going to have to swap out the mics and all the chords, or band's going to, you know, want to share backline with drums and bass and all that kind of stuff. So it is a little tough to look at, because, you know, things will change, you know, even during the bookings, but it's not going to be as sure of a bet with, you know, just knowing that certain things are going to work out. And then obviously with even booking shows, if, you know, a band member comes down with COVID or, you know, gets exposed, then, you know, do we have to reshuffle and book a new band? Or so basically it's going to be some work in the beginning, but, you know, definitely willing to make it happen. But it just kind of, you know, some things
but
are.
Yeah, like you said, there goes that 3 months of planning to book your calendar.
Yeah, so
it's kind of like, okay,
week.
let's hope next week you can play.
Yeah.
And let's hope all the band members are fine to play. And what kind of contract do you create to for somebody to have to cancel? Because cover. It's, you know, is it just we understand because this is the world we're living in now. You had said, Brian, that Ticketmaster started to unroll what they were going to do, and they're going to require people bring their vaccine card that they did get vaccinated. Is that something we could even legally do? I don't know. Yeah. Can you not allow people to come in because they haven't been vaccinated? And there's
so that's why it's kind of
a
wait and see for a little bit, because there are so many questions, and it is tough because usually there's the process of booking a show or running a venue, and, you know, just kind of how things work, but with so many just kind of situations that can pop up makes it tough. And then even with not only booking the bands, but on the, you know, the patron and fan side, is that, you know, some folks might not feel, you know, comfortable being in big crowds for a little bit, and, you know, because everyone has a different level of how comfortable they are. And then same thing, folks might not have the disposable income that they had, you know, because of having a really tough year financially, so they might not, you know, that extra money might be going towards gas and groceries and that kind of stuff versus you know, going to a show on the weekends or during the weeknight. But then on, you know, the positive is maybe some folks, by not going out a lot, maybe did save up some money and will, you know, be more willing to come to the venues and pay the covers and support bands. You know, so you know, it's definitely, I feel we can plan as much as possible, but I feel it's definitely gonna be a wait and see, and just kind of see what, you know, feels right. And then, you know, some folks, the bands that do come out, maybe they, you know, are just can't, you know, it all depends on the type of music too, which some, you know, folks are like, oh, like 20, 30 people here, this is great. And then other bands, you know, might play and be like, just, you know, they need the energy from the crowd, and it just didn't work for them. So I think it's going to be some trial and error and wait and see.
Well, and it's funny too, because we talk about, like, anytime we're watching like a movie or TV show, which I know a lot of people have also had these same experiences, is you see groups of people, whether they're out to dinner or at a party
or like hugging at a show, and it's just like watching it feels so
and
weird.
It feels weird. And it's like, oh my God, they're so close to each other, which is fine. But I want, and maybe it's just our shock of it now, and hopefully that won't take a while to overcome. But if it, I mean, I don't know. We just don't know. But there's a lot to look forward to, at least. We'll start sort of wrapping up, but there's a lot to look forward to, because I think always people will want to gather with friends. People are always going to want to play music, see music, dance, hang out, socialize. So the future is there. It will come back. Just when and how, and if people are able to gain the financials as businesses themselves, is when. We're fortunate also to be in a college town where we constantly have young people coming into the scene. We're getting a little bit older where we still want to be in the music scene, but we see a lot of our friends that used to be more involved. You know, they have other responsibilities now, whether they have a family or they don't have time to be in that band anymore. We have young people excited to come up, so it's transferring that to, okay, how can we get this band up and running? How can we get them involved in the scene? How can we continue this community? And I think a lot of the ways that the state can help is, at least for for now, and like you know, if this happens again, how can we set up live streams for a band is challenging. You need this audio to be great. You want the visual to be great for people to actually spend money to see a live stream. Live streams aren't everyone's favorite thing to do and see, but if that's the only option, can we have the state help venues get set up for success with the equipment, with somebody that they could maybe hire professionals that could come in and teach staff how to utilize this. So when the shows slowly start happening, and it only could be 30 people, how can we get 30 more people on the live stream to watch this live show that might not feel comfortable coming out yet, not vaccinated, not able to come for whatever reason, and just offer more financial abilities for gig workers? Can we get the state to hire financial advisors for gig workers, whether that's musicians, sound engineers, security, to help make sure that their business is on the books, so that if this happens again, they qualify for that PUA unemployment. They don't have to say, oh my God, I need to change my career for 2 years and then maybe go back. Because when it's back up and running at full speed, do we have the people that want to come and run sound? Do we have those security individuals? Do we have that bar staff, or have they all transitioned and we need to hire and train new people to go into this sector that's so important? Because the trickle down of not having a show, you said the organization NEVA.
Yeah, the North American Independent Venue Association was saying, because music is such an economic driver for so many communities, even, Winooski, it's for every, I think, dollar that's spent at a music venue, $12 is spent at, in the surrounding community, whether it's if people are traveling at a hotel or getting food at a restaurant before or after the show, or at another bar, or going even to another show that night. So it really is, even though obviously I, lifelong music fan, I love music, it really is important, and obviously the state's seeing this, is that it really is a big financial piece to communities, and that's why it was really hard to cancel Waking Windows this year. Obviously, it was the right thing to do, and for the safety of everyone, and we had to do it. But it was really tough because so many of those venues have some of the biggest weekends of their entire year financially. Obviously, all the staff and production workers that we hire, the bands that get paid because it's a festival, and just so many other aspects.
Yeah, I mean, you've been just thinking about, like, if you're a music fan, how many times in your lifetime have you traveled to see a show, and think about all those expenses leading up to that show and after that show that you spend in other communities other than your own. Times that by so many. And I think that people don't think of music and arts culture as important as some other things, which I get. There's so many other valuable things that funding needs to go to. But if you're thinking about the economy as a whole, like, we would travel to Montreal for one night. We spend gas, just everything that goes into what it's affecting. And I mean, we see that more with New York City, sadly, with restaurants and bars and.
Yeah, but it's definitely connected. And Allie was saying just all the workers too, with venues shutting down, and just, from the door person to the sound engineer to the bar staff to all the bands and people is, even though it's just shutting down one thing, but it's, it's all connected on both sides to help folks grow. And and back to even some of the booking stuff that is really tough, just because obviously creative, communities and scenes do have to be, kind of grown and nurtured for them to, build momentum and become what they are. And, I don't know what that's going to look like after, taking 3/4 of a year off to see, as some people might have moved on or changed or moved, or responsibilities have changed and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it will be interesting to see what that is. And then same thing with just the relationships of reaching back out to agents for bookings and bands and other performers in town, and just kind of getting those relationships started back up, because it's not, taking a little bit of time off. It's taking a pretty significant amount of time, and having to rebuild those conversations, and just and seeing where everyone's at, and then seeing how comfortable everyone is moving forward. So we'll be tough, but then also, some folks during this time, some bands and performers have, found new ways to connect with fans, whether it's virtually through streams, or, exclusive content if they have like a Patreon page, or just, all sorts of, creative ways that folks maybe have been able to connect with their fans like they never before. So maybe that will translate over to the live space, but, it's too early to kind of see, what that will look like. But
that is the cool thing about a lot of the positives that came from the pandemic, is what we try to focus on, is how people have gotten more into the their online platform, or maybe they had to get merch, maybe they had to figure out how to sell their music online and ship their music and get it to people.
Set up a website
lot,
and
like, and that
do
goes
all-
with the monkey in general. Like, I've learned so much of having to transfer things online where people maybe were planning to do within their 5-year goal, but now it's like, okay, you got to do it right now.
Yeah.
And then to just go off of what DJ Lou had said about the building infrastructures, I love that, because even City Hall Park in Burlington did do that. Like, no, they don't have a stage ready to go, but you could now plug in pretty much anywhere. There's speakers all over the place. Like, it would be really awesome to utilize those spaces, because I don't think a lot of people realize what goes into a show not in a venue, and the amount of production equipment and the cost. So if some of that stuff was already there, that is just, I mean, with Waking Windows, at least 3 times throughout the whole weekend, and it's gotten to be 3, it used to be more, the power goes out for all the outside food vendors, and because the infrastructure is not there to have that much power being even, and just power in general. Generators are expensive, fuel for generators are expensive, making sure it could hold all of it. But I love that idea.
But yeah, because it is really tough, and that is a big thing, especially because when we were, the Monkey was shutting down and we couldn't do Waking Windows as a festival, we were trying to pivot to see what would work, and we were going to start doing shows in the Rotary in Winooski, because that's one of the venues that we do for Waking Windows, so we were kind of familiar with it, and it's outside, there's multiple entrances, we could, make sure all COVID restrictions were handled, but then it was just really tough to make it worth financially, because the capacity was down, there was a lot more on the back end cost to bring in a stage and lights and sound, and stuff that's not in a typical normal venue setting, but that was kind of the only way to make shows happen. And obviously we've seen other venues in town, whether it was Higher Ground with the drive-in or Nectar's doing stuff out back in the alley, and everyone's great jobs and feel safe, and it is, but it's just not similar. And as Ali was saying before, like, the ticket price obviously goes up and it costs more, but then you're not going out as much, but then you have to have a certain number of people to make it work. So
most of the businesses, and especially venues, are financially successful by working at capacity as much as they possibly can. And when your capacity is cut in half, no matter where you're located, inside or outside, it drastically affects what you can, either whether it's breaking even if you're able to do that, or profiting at all to pay your bills. And it's, working at the capacity is what, even when we have big touring bands at the Monkey, a lot of time 100-person capacity is too small to make it work.
Yeah, and that usually, and a lot of times that money, almost like 80 to 90%, is just all the ticket sales are going to the band, but then the the venue survives because they're getting all the bar sales. So it's not even, when people think that it's no fault of their own because they're not familiar with how offers and deals work, but a lot of that money is just going to the band, and then the other half is going to pay from the bars to pay staff and to make make the venue actually make a little bit of money and be able to pay their bills. So so it is tough. So that was another thing that I was thinking about, is just what the offers and deals and on the booking end is going to look like, if people are really going to have guarantees as much as percentages, where they'll just kind of the first couple tours kind of see what works and makes sense just to get back out there. Because a lot of it has been business as usual for a very long time. So a lot of folks, especially it's gonna be just really tough, because obviously people can't make a living off like streams off Spotify or other stuff like that. So and touring right now is the good and bad, but it is tough because a lot of bands, that's how they do make their money, is by touring and selling
merch. So maybe
merch.
some of these bigger businesses like Spotify will hopefully this will give positive change to bigger businesses like that, to maybe give more money to the musicians. But anyway, we are way past our time, so we could talk about this for a really long time.
No, you're totally fine. I'm enjoying everything you're saying, and to the point where I have note after note after note, and I want to make sure I save space for other folks if they do have questions.
Yes, that's why I love to stop us.
No, you're fine. But the one thing I was going to ask, what if the state invested in something like VCAM, but for musicians and shows? So there's a go-to spot where you can I'm not renting it. I'm borrowing speakers. I'm borrowing lights. I'm borrowing a mixing board, all that stuff. I mean, that's another thing that could possibly help us. And maybe instead of the next time this all goes down, the stimulus doesn't necessarily need to go to the business. It goes to the sound guys and the people that are running the shows. So they don't necessarily come out of the pocket of the person who's putting on the show.
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, no, it'd be super helpful because even with us with Waking Windows, we started a lot of DIY spaces. So we did, and it was just as lucky because a couple of people in the group are musicians. Then me being a DJ, it's like, oh, I did have some speakers, and then another person had some microphones and other stuff. So it would definitely help folks whether venues close down so they could do outdoor shows, but also just help the community at large because there is obviously cost with shows that if some folks want to get together and put on a show, it would make it a lot more financially accessible to them to be able to start putting on shows and create different just events and community happenings, which is always great. Yeah, whether it's just having doing a comedy show or just singer songwriter or full on band or but no, any of that stuff would really help folks being able to, and plus too, not even the band side, but folks could learn how to do sound, how to do lights, all that kind of stuff, which would be super helpful.
So maybe it's some type of internship program where you have VCamp and you have the internship program where people are learning how to do this stuff, and so it takes the onus off of the person putting on the show but you get to also do your show and you got folks who are learning about.
Yeah, and you're bringing more folks in the community, and not just being on, because with being, putting on the shows is that, love, putting it on. But yeah, some people want to be on stage, some people don't want to be on stage and want to help the production side. And, there's so many aspects to putting on a show it'd be great to obviously learn how to use the gear. And then for folks that want to rent the gear and all that kind of stuff. So it'd be great.
Great question from Bob. How do you think combined in-person plus live streamed events will work?
I think they would only work because we don't have the capabilities financially to set up a live stream inside the Monkey. If we were able to have help from somebody or if somebody was willing to do that, I think it would be really awesome if we could capitalize on the live stream as well as the in-person and it was combined. I think that's a great idea. But I think it really depends on the band, sadly. Does the band have friends and fans that want to tune into the live stream? And if they are tuning in, do they want to pay for a ticket? Do they not want to pay for a ticket? I would love to be able to do both, which would be great.
Yeah, because it would really help just how comfortable certain folks are. Because even the Double E in Essex was doing this. So they were doing inside shows, and then they were also doing it. They had an outdoor blow up movie screen. So then if you wanted to still get out of your house and go, you could have the option of watching it on drive-in screen. And then for the folks who didn't want to, aren't comfortable leaving their house for whatever reason, then they could actually live stream it. So you kind of meet everyone where their comfort level is, and also financially too, because obviously they're all different ticket price levels for each of those experiences. So it is nice, and I do hope that some of the streaming and virtual stuff does stick around to have certain folks be able to access music kind of the way they want to, and also for bands and performers to be able to reach more people. Because definitely, especially in the DJ world, so many of them are saying that they're gonna keep this as part of their thing, or maybe if they are at a club playing, they're gonna have a camera and the video and audio go out. So say someone's performing in Europe or somewhere around the world, is that they can still connect to their fans that they were connecting to maybe in in the States. So it's you can actually bring more folks in, but then also they can have experiences. Because even with me DJing, doing some live streams, it was amazing to have certain friends that I haven't seen since I started DJing in college, that I haven't seen 10 plus years, and all of a sudden they get to see me play or have tuned into other streams, or so it's really nice to build if you can't build community in real life, building community online, and then people adding that to their kind of toolkit, so people reach more.
I love that. I mean, we talked a little bit about this with Lou before. If the venues had the financial wherewithal, or they were able to have the best cameras and the best live stream setup, it only behooves them to have that, and for the state to have it, and that because that venue looks the best.
Oh, for sure.
There's good cameras, there's good lights, there's good sound, better than say you and I setting up our iPhones on the side going, hey, I'm playing live with the Monkey. It's gonna look like crap.
Which is fun to start, but it's not
Well, no,
sustainable.
to keep folks, and then also too, you're just exporting like a Vermont product of showing, just for tourism and just the state to, show, the arts community, whatever you're live streaming for any of these venues is just, it really does show Vermont in a great light. So people are curious about the music scene or the art scene.
When they come visit, they'll go to those places.
Like because they're like,
they look awesome.
Yeah, they're like, I was a fan of this band or a fan of this venue, and helps both the venue and the bands and folks that are coming through. So
I agree, and I don't think it takes away necessarily from the live experience by having it at home. Because what about people from other states or people who are disabled, people who have fear of being out, people who are claustrophobic, people who don't drink, who want to be home and outside of that venue. But there's other sides of folks who are drinkers like myself, who, I can drink at home for a lot cheaper than I can at a bar. But even though I like to be by myself when I'm at a bar, there's still a social aspect of sitting in the corner and being a wallflower. So I'm willing to pay that extra couple bucks a beer and that extra couple bucks a shot to sit and watch the world go by, so to speak.
Yeah, and just to have
we
that
always
connection,
need that personal,
and that just that community, and also just literally getting out of the house during all this too, of how much that matters. Yeah, when we did the show during Halloween, of just, and even it was funny with Allie, she was setting some stuff up, and I literally was there just like coiling XLR cables, and I was having the best time of my life. I was like, putting them on, like just like the setup of like putting a table up and getting the monitors right and running cables and getting the soundboard and all that. I was like, I couldn't believe it. Like felt to me like the monotonous stuff that you're like, oh, I don't want to rap chord, and all this stuff was it was so fun, and it was really nice. So it was in the chat.
There's a great question here from Bob again. Has anyone approached any of the TV stations to participate, especially say PBS or our co-host prom? That we did was a huge success with VPR. So that's another one. And I'm talking Winooski based right now, but being the PBS is right here. And now partnering with VPR, that's another place that we can go, maybe as a sort of our own local VCam to sort of partner with, to do live music series, even maybe.
Yeah, and I bet PBS, because they were going to work with us a bit for Waking Windows, because they were setting up in their new location in Winooski like a whole
it was right as it was started, or
screen, like movie screen and viewing screen. And I'm assuming the construction was finished, because they were hoping to have it finished by May of last year. But I wonder if there's something even tied in of whether they can do it at the Monkey or another venue, or if bands are even able to go into their space. But I'm not sure their technology, but I think it would be great to tap into those types of folks.
Well, I mean, it could be very similar to what VPR does now. And again, I keep sort of similar where I think Bob is going to. Now that VPR is partnering with local PBS, sort of live from the fort. Is that what they did?
Oh, yeah.
So something like that, except it's live and you get to see it. There's visual and audio, and it can be played on VPR. There can be a special every Saturday night, live from the fort, live from the Monkey, or whatever it is, or live from a local venue where, again, it behooves some entity to make sure that all of the venues are outfitted with the best cameras, best lights, etc., best sound. Mm-hmm. But then it gets played on our local PBS, and eventually maybe it could get played nationally. Who knows?
Yeah, and you get captured either live stream then, or there's a way to capture it and restream it or rebroadcast it.
And it does help the bands, like local bands that then you mentioned it, I think briefly, Bri, like the local bands that then want to tour. Now they may have fans out of state because of the live stream, where they're like, oh, cool, like now I could connect with this person in whatever state, and they could help me set up a show at their local venue.
Yeah, and even with capturing the audio and the video is for Playback Later is even if someone sends me a video as a booker and they have pro sound and lighting and video, it goes a long way too, because then I'll get an actual.
And that's what Robot Dog Studio did with Higher Ground when they were doing their live streams, which was pretty awesome of them. Shout out Robot Dog.
Yeah, they're actually doing a great thing right now. Robot Dog Ryan posted the other day on Facebook. He has like a little portable live streaming kits that he's kind of sending with an iPhone and a mixing board, and you can go in there and I'll get all your levels set up and then send you on your way, and you can so he's doing that. I think they only have one or two kits that they're kind of sending out, but as you're saying, Craig, with like a musician's side of VCam, kind of setting folks up with that, just because it is, as Lou was saying earlier, it just is tough because you kind of dig in and do all the research, and not a ton of folks, or this is more like March, April, May was everyone was kind of figuring it out on their own, and some streams are great, some are not the best, and just kind of sharing information. But then obviously all of us, even at the local and regional level, like not all of us have the teams that we can reach out to and be like, all right, I need you to figure all this stuff out. And it's kind of trial and error, and you are doing it in real time, obviously, as you know, with doing streams too, that, the first ones you're kind of figuring out and like texting a friend and be like, hey, is the video good? Is the sound okay? Like in the chat, like, let us know how this is going. Like I have, especially, and then the thing is too, even the performance side is interesting to get used to is, the energy, obviously as a DJ, like feeding off the crowd or as a band, and there's nothing, and it's just very strange to do that. So there's definitely a little bit, not only figuring out the technology, but also just how you feel performing and just kind of the energy that you're giving as a performer and figuring that stuff out too. So there's so many elements and components. So at least if it was in a venue with somewhat of a crowd, it'd be, give them a little more of a real experience. So
I agree 100%. I know we're running out of time, but I'm going to push this a little bit longer. I have a few more questions for you before Sean on to close us out today. So do you think there's going to be sort of a starting over thing for bands? So say this band, we're worth $1,000, we're worth $5,000. Well, you know what? Post-COVID, we're going to have to dumb it down a bit. Do you think that's going to happen? Meaning financially, they're willing to do some favors?
I think so, just to get back out there and also just be able to do shows, because that before, I was going to say earlier, it was kind of tough because we are competing with bands that, are usually going from Boston, New York, or Montreal, in that kind of triangle of just seeing. So we usually, are competing, with primary markets, and, we're like a secondary or even tertiary market. So it is tough sometimes, because we do have to send out bigger offers to get certain bands, that we want to come through. And, we're usually, sometimes it's almost, the guarantee plus some is going to the band. So, if it doesn't work out and people don't come out of the show, then we're obviously a promoter, the venue's at a loss. So it is really tough. But it'll be interesting to see, because even I saw, earlier on with like Live Nation, a couple others, they were, redoing the contracts for a lot of folks, and they were, the guarantees weren't really going to be there. Just because, the venue, just the financials don't make sense for it. So it'll be interesting to see if it just does reset, and especially even with Waking Windows, the festival, usually, obviously, festivals are more of a big payday for the, headliners and bigger bands, because you have more money and sponsorship and all that kind of stuff. But obviously, I don't know if the sponsorship money is going to be there, and a lot of the other factors that go in with you being, and obviously selling a lot more tickets and the ticket price being higher, and all those factors that go into, being able to pay a band more money, that it might honestly be a full-on reset for a lot of folks.
Which would be nice, because there was definitely bands, and this is not against any band, but there was definitely bands that would want to come into our market and ask for $5,000, when realistically we know maybe their play would be more like a $3,000 play. And I think a lot of that was because there was so much competition and so many festivals that had really big money, that weren't just like a couple friends putting a festival together. And they had so much money that it was like a bit of a greed, where it was like, oh, well, I'm not going to come now unless I'm making X amount of money. And not that musicians and artists aren't worth that money, because I 100% feel that people are. Of course, this is, this is how
that's their agent's job, is to get the most amount of money possible for their band or for their act.
But it was challenging for smaller folks like us, because we just couldn't do it.
You get priced out.
So I hope there is a bit of a fluctuation and a little more flexibility, because unless that's what the livelihood of is for the band. If they can't play under a certain amount, I understand. But now if there is more flexibility, then hopefully it does kind of start from scratch, and you build that again. And if they don't need, if they're able to just do it at a lower price, that'd be amazing, just to get it going again.
Yep. Right. Oh, we got another question in the chat. How are you planning to prioritize who to book once COVID is over? Will there be more focus on bigger bands to help recoup costs, or will you still be willing to give lesser known bands a shot? And this is so. With some of the bigger bands, it might be exciting for them, because with, some of the bigger tours, it takes like 3-4 months to book that. And then obviously people want to make sure that all the states are open, so people can, make sure the routings make sense. But for a while, some of the bigger bands, they might honestly have to start playing some of the smaller venues and kind of get, back into the local music scene. And even in the DJ scene, a lot of people were saying that, like, all the people who tour constantly, that they would, have to play like their local club for like 100, 200 people, because that's where, where it's going to be happening for them, because they can't hop on a plane and go across the world, or bands that maybe do well in Europe or other markets, they have to kind of start over again. But no, so that's for the bigger bands. But for smaller, lesser known bands, especially the Monkey House and Waking Windows, always give folks a shot, because honestly, we want to, the music scene to continue to grow and also folks to have opportunities. So definitely still be booking, locals, regional, and like
and I
national
think
touring
COVID
bands.
gives a little bit of a positive to the smaller crowds, since now they need to be smaller. It's like, oh, if you can get 10 of your friends to come out, great, because we could only fit 20 people right now. So like, that's kind of amazing. So I think that also helps.
And then especially with local folks too, it is nice because we don't, it's not all of a sudden you're, selling tickets for a show and then have to kind of keep disappointing people where, whether the band couldn't make it across, like the state closed down, or maybe, a band member got COVID or came in contact with someone. So it's at least the local folks, which obviously are, the heart and soul of the music community or any music community. Those folks are going to be, especially in Vermont, doing pretty well, but are going to be the ones that we're going to be looking to fill bills and do shows just because those are the folks we have relationships to that we want to see do well and want to put on our stages. So
well, and I personally, and those questions came from Sarah King. Sarah, I can't wait to see you live again in person. That's going to be amazing. And I think that's also going to be the case with a lot of folks who are looking to go out and see live music, hear live music, and say, oh yes, finally. So it doesn't need to necessarily be the biggest band in the world. You don't need, Kid Cudi coming. You can have a nice local act to come to your venue, and people are going to support it, I think, after this, because people are hungry.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely. And it's all those memes that are going around that like, oh, I'm never going to say yes to an invite and then not show up. So
I will show up to like every single...
Right. So I have a couple more things, and I'll end with these last couple things. So I think hopefully with some of those bigger bands that have supported you or you've supported over the years, they'll do some favors and come for a cheaper price, like a Future Islands, etc. Because it's like, you know what, I'm trying to help bring these venues back, and so fingers crossed there. I remember back in the day, Everclear used to play at Toast. I think it was Everclear. I'm like 99% sure, and someone can correct me on this, but they got their first breaks at places like Toast. And after their first 3 or 4 times playing there, all of a sudden they're playing stadiums, but they always made sure that they close out their show, their tour, playing at Toast, because Toast took care of them and they're taking care of Toast. And I'm hoping that happens.
For sure. Yeah. Some of those that like really, because it's been great with seeing like the Save Our Stages campaign and some of these other ones where folks were all, like the Foo Fighters and huge bands like that are, coming out and be like, we wouldn't be the band we are today without these certain clubs or, playing the 50, 100, 200 cap rooms. And it's like, that's true. You don't just start. Well, obviously it's a little different sometimes with if you're, have like a viral TikTok song or something like that, you're all of a sudden playing, huge place. But the majority of bands, you are starting and doing, the circuits and, building momentum and doing it that way versus jumping right to a huge stage.
And we do like to take credit for Future Islands as well as being big in the scene, because when they played back in the day at the Monkey to like 10 people, and then they played the next time, it was sold out, and all of the staff that has kind of gone through the Monkey, at least while I've been managing, have all become fans and then play their music everywhere. So it really does happen. Like bigger bands will the local scene is what they owe that connection to.
Oh yeah, we got another question in the chat. Will people pay more attention to the show instead of their phone?
God, I hope so.
Just a hypothetical question. I sure hope so. I hope so too. And it's funny. It made me think about it because before being at any show, I was like, I wish people would just be present in the moment, put their phone down. And then on the flip side, when COVID started, I was literally in my room just playing to a phone, hoping that people were watching. So it was the complete flip of that of like, I'm so glad to even have a phone or be staring at a phone. So it was the complete flip. But I think, I hope folks are more, because I hope they have been on their screens so much now, whether it's their phone or their laptop or tablet or whatever they're using, that it will be a relief just to be present in the moment and hear and feel something, especially too, just to hear and feel sound and lights and even a hazer and all that good stuff, that you are feeling you're actually in a venue or in a music space, and it feels really good. So I'm hoping that is a thing that changes, but people experience shows the way they want. But I thought that was the ultimate of literally complaining about people recording shows, and the only way I'm doing it is playing to a laptop or playing to my phone or a tablet. So it was the ultimate flip of that was
so maybe that's the flip. We got Shauna Potter coming up in just a bit, but before we get there, I have one more serious question and then one more thing between me and Jim for you. But
okay,
last week in Windows, deposits, tickets, how'd that work?
We are, or actually,
Well, we offered refunds, and we still are offering refunds for folks that did purchase tickets. We are slated for the festival for 2021. We have the dates, and we are honoring the tickets for that.
Yep.
But we really have, all of us, there's 5 of us that kind of run Waking Windows, and I think all of us have different opinions of what that's going to look like in May. So we're sort of talking about it now, but also saving a deeper conversation for mid to late January to really decide, are we going to change the structure of the festival? Are we going to do a virtual festival this year? Can we do the regular festival this year? Or should we just push to 2022 and then kind of decide to maybe refund all the tickets? But we also have money in the bank right now from sponsors as well. So we really have to be careful on, okay, if we do a virtual fest,
we didn't promise them a virtual fest.
Does the sponsorship still go?
Because of what we sold them on was, a 3-day outdoor, 17 venue, 2 outdoor stages. Exactly what the festival's been for, the past 9 years. So it's also conversations with the sponsors to, see, we presented to them like what the vision is and what we actually, can deliver on. And then also some of those sponsors, we need to check in with them because maybe their businesses has changed and they can't, sponsor as much as they wanted to or be as involved as they wanted to. So, it really, I'd say from mid-January to mid-February, a lot of stuff is going to happen because even talking with other agents is kind of seeing what festivals are moving forward. Like the only big one that I've seen was Osheaga, and that's in Montreal, and that's the end of July and August, and they're going full on, and I think that's at least like 80,000 people, but obviously they are, going to keep everyone up to date, but I haven't seen a ton of stuff. And the other kind of problem with if we do want to push, almost every festival I now feel is kind of aiming for fall 2021, and then I just feel that the market's going to be so saturated with, it's like we don't want to. So we have to kind of figure out what we're going to do, but we also don't want to push and then put a festival up like ours where it normally happens in the spring, and now all of a sudden we're joining the crowded fall. So we'd rather leave the fall to the folks that normally it's their festival.
And we're still a bit
time.
of an underdog in the scene.
Yeah.
So we can't really compete with those bigger
festivals.
Which
is just massive. Even like a Coachella, I think that's now going to be in the fall. And like all those, so it's the huge, and that obviously will affect routing for all the festivals and all that, but it'll just be such a crowded field if like every festival that happens during the entire calendar year all of a sudden is now happening for September, October is just it's not going to work for anybody, the bands or the promoters or anything like that. So so it's kind of wait and see.
We don't know yet.
But it's we are, if folks do want refunds, we did give refunds and all that stuff because we know just regular folks come to the festival, and if they need their money back, that's totally fine. And obviously appreciate folks that did leave it, that will support us and allow us to hopefully make the festival happen this year. But it changes every week. We still have conversations going on with folks, whether it's agents or bands or, within the group. But it's kind of wait and see right now and hope for the best.
Well, thank you so much. As Jim posted earlier, Jim, who is the guru of Big Heavy World and the Radiator, and he's the commander in chief. Thank you so much for all that you do for our music community, for your love and care, and for sharing with us today. And hopefully it's, giving some people some ideas, some inspiration, and hopefully it will make a difference. And I believe that it will.
Yes, thanks for having us, and for so equally both what you and Jim do for the community, and really continue doing this. This is huge. This is amazing because a lot of it's a lot of work, and it's a lot of commitment, and it is people are starting to get tired and burned out. So this is exactly when we need this type of excitement and rejuvenation to be like, let's keep it going.
To think about what's possible and connect with folks, and just kind of share ideas and all that good stuff. Because it is to, whether it's coming together virtually or in real life, it is really necessary to share these ideas and get these conversations, keep these conversations going. So
and these will be shared on YouTube for perpetuity, and they will be played on the Radiator. So we'll let everyone know when they're played on the Radiator, and then what the feedback we have coming back. But also in 2021, please look out for listening circles where we're going to have conversations with musicians and artists and folks like yourself, who we're going to keep sharing and keep going forward, to keep learning from each other and build more of a community that is stronger next time. And stronger together.
It's definitely a process. We're all learning and going through it together. That it is, whatever wisdom and, kind of tips and tricks you can share with folks, and working together. Because it is obviously, it's really important to, share that information so folks can keep moving forward.
Sounds good. Well, speaking of being strong together, we're going to move on in just a bit to our next presenter, Shauna Potter. I'm going to give folks 2 minutes to sort of regroup. If folks would like to talk amongst themselves, say hello, introduce yourselves to each other, etc., whatever. And then we'll get Shauna on to close us out to have a very important discussion on harassment and the eradication thereof. Hi, Shauna.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Everybody.
That was really cool to listen in on.
Well, thanks for listening. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yes. I'm getting myself together here.
Props to everybody still in their pajamas.
Well, I kind of, no, anyway.
Half and half. It's half and half for me.
It's half and
always.
half. It's what's that Folgers commercial? We can see your upper thigh. Yeah, well, and that's why I turn the camera off when I stand up.
That's right.
It's
That's
become
right.
fun buying my sweetie fluffy slippers.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I have a dog behind me. Maybe I can show you guys a dog.
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's see here. You see that dog?
Hello.
That little dog.
Cute.
Hi, little one.
Sleeping.
She's like, why are you talking in
alone.
that loud voice right now? I'm trying to sleep.
Awesome. Well, I think I have a couple things to do maintenance-wise to get us started here before I really dive into this. But I want to remind everyone that's in the room that this is being recorded. It will be on YouTube, and then we will be playing this on the Radiator. And hopefully some folks that can make a difference in our world will be able to use what we're talking about today to make sure that the next time all this happens, it's a little bit easier for us all. Before we move on, Shauna, I want to remind everyone that we here at Big Heavy World, as citizens of the United States and the state of Vermont, would like to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on the occupied, unceded Seeds territory of the Abenaki people. Big shout out and thank you to Dominic Spillane, our first guest today from the Theater Engine. DJ Lou, all around just guru of all things music and otherwise. Allie and Brian Nagel, GM of Winooski's Monkey House, as well as booking and owners of Waking Windows. I'm also on a volunteer board with Allie. We have something called Winooski Strong, and all those monies that we raise with Winooski Strong go to supporting organizations that uplift and bring light to issues surrounding BOTBOT communities. And now I'd like to present Shauna Potter. Shauna is an author, presenter, and podcaster in the world of harassment and the eradication of it. So I'm going to go to got the wrong screen there. There we are. Make sure everyone's muted besides Shauna. And I'll go to my speaker view. And Shauna, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again so much for having me. I am coming to you from so-called Baltimore, Maryland, which I want to acknowledge is actually Piscataway land. It's snowy outside. It's very warm in this office, and I'm just very happy and honored that everyone that is here or watching made it through whatever kind of fatigue they are surviving right now to be here. I think that it is the best time and the worst time to think about what we want to bring to our spaces when we are able to gather again, to redefine safety, to redefine, our priorities. We've all been reprioritizing and thinking about what really matters to us and thinking about the world that we want to come to when this is a little bit more normal, when we get back to normal, right? Not that will ever be, 100%, but and so now really is the time to think about, okay, what does safety look like in a holistic way? And I know that people are exhausted, and it's a big deal to attend a Zoom meeting that isn't mandatory in the first place, but we got to think about that before we all get together again and it's almost too late and we start there's too much going on. There's too many shows to attend. We can't sit down and have a meeting. We're trying to go out every night and have a good time and make up for lost time, or we're working those shows and trying to make money. So let's think about it now. What does a safer space look like right now? I can't share my screen. No, I can, and I want to try if that's all right. I just have a couple slides I'd like to show you. Okay, so you see my screen, yeah? Cool. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge a couple things. So first, I just want to talk, what is a safer space? What am I talking about? My specialty is training venues, virtually or in real life, in how to become a safer space and what to do and say in advance and in the moment when harassment happens. So what is a safer space? It doesn't mean that there aren't arguments. It doesn't mean that there aren't a difference of opinions. It doesn't mean that harassment or violence never happens. It just means that everyone there is invested in trying to reduce harassment and violence as much as possible. And it's a place where people feel free to express their full selves without the fear of violence. And so when and if harassment does happen, people know what to do or say that will help the situation and not accidentally make it worse, which is, it's possible if we don't know what we're doing. So how do we create a safer space? We need a few things. I'm just going to throw it all out there and you can read at your leisure. But we need a few things, and I don't have a lot of time. And obviously I wrote an entire book about all the things that you can do to create a safer space. And there is so much in here that I cannot say in 10 minutes. But I'm going to sum up a few things. So the first thing you need is policies. You need to know what to do when something happens, and you need to know in advance. I think a lot of people call me to come in and train them to be a safer space in response to an incident happening, right? But let me tell you, it is so much less stressful to deal with harassment when you know how to deal with it when it comes up, right? And you're not scrambling to figure it out after the fact. So be proactive, get those policies in place. And there's a really, really great website that's new since I published my book, and it's on there, saferspaces.org.uk. This amazing group of researchers in the UK basically have a how to write your own safer space policy website. And it's a fantastic resource. Check it out. But you need to be posting about that, right? You need signs on the walls. You need signs on social media. You need to let people know what your policies are, what's important to you, what kind of vibe you're going for, who to talk to if you are harassed, what will happen if you harass someone. Like, you got to be fully transparent and clear about what behavior is expected in your space and what's going to happen if that's not followed. Another thing you need to do to make a safer space, and again, this might be a great time to think about this in advance before you're able to be at full capacity, is you have to hire and curate and book without bias, right? You have to be open to making sure that everyone that works in your space, that's on your stage, on the walls, whatever, reflects the actual community that you're in and gives voice to traditionally marginalized communities, right? So people need to look like the people that are going to be walking in your doors, right? People feel comfortable with people that look like them. And also, your staff needs to know what to do and say if someone's been harassed. And that goes back to policies and just practicing those conversations. Okay, what do you say if this? What do you say if that? I obviously go through all of that in here step by step. But just practice so it's a little less clunky, and make sure everybody knows what they're doing so everyone's on the same page. And then accessibility, it's huge, right? When I'm going to read this verbatim because I think it's that important. When you anticipate people's different needs, you anticipate different people. You let different folks know that you know they exist, right? And so therefore they are welcome and should be included and should feel free to come in your space and be able to be themselves and relax. So go the extra mile, put in whatever workarounds you can to make sure as many people as possible can come to your space and have a good time, right? Because that is what it's all about. To get into something a little more specific, there are ways that you can shut down harassment before it happens, right? So you want to catch potentially escalating harassment early and stop it before it starts, really, right? And so the first step to do that is just eavesdrop and observe, right? Think about this. Like, most of the people I work with represent a space in some way. They work there, they're a manager, they're the owner, they volunteer there, whatever. So they have some sort of authority. But even if you don't have authority, if you're just in the audience, or if you're in a band, you're performing, you can always just observe what's going on. Take a moment, see if someone looks uncomfortable, right? If someone does look uncomfortable, you can interrupt whatever conversation is happening and make small talk. This is basically just distracting people. So that way, if someone is uncomfortable and they didn't know how to get out of that conversation before it got real bad, you're giving them a chance to get away. They might just walk away. If you do work somewhere, you might be able to separate two people. If you think that someone is kind of stuck being polite, dealing with this uncomfortable situation, they don't know how to get out of it without making it worse, which is a real thing. You can separate them by saying like, oh, hey, I had a problem with your card that I was running over here. Can we go check on it together, right? Something like that. Or when someone inevitably goes to use the bathroom, you can ask the other person, hey, are you okay? Is everything all right? Do you need anything? And then you can always check in, follow up, and make your presence known. Sometimes just stepping near the person that's getting a little aggro is enough to remind them that there are other people around that can see what they're doing. And so they might want to watch their behavior, right? But really, the minimum, the bare minimum that you can always do is just check in with someone. Just say, hey, are you okay? Is that person bothering you? Do you know them? Are they cool? You know, like, keep it light. It's not a big deal until they say it is. But just ask, like, are they okay? And okay, if anything comes up the rest of the night, I'll be over here. Just let me know. That's it. No big deal. Okay, so let's say I want to give you guys some more tips, like some real tips that you can use now in a pandemic, and also when things get back a little more normal. So there's the 5 Ds of bystander intervention. And what is this? All this is, it's a tool to help you shut down harassment and violence and make people feel more comfortable in the moment. It doesn't end every bit of violence, every ism in the world at once, right? Like, that's too much responsibility on your shoulders to end racism or transphobia forever. You know, that's not going to happen. All you're concentrating on as a bystander, someone who's seeing something unfold, your job is just to make this person that looks uncomfortable feel more comfortable, or to get them out of the situation, or interrupt the moment to give them a chance to get away. Just stop what's going on. And so there are several ways to do that, and you use the 5 Ds in order to do that. And you're going to pick the one that makes the most sense for just where you are, how much time you have, what kind of personality you have, right? Some of us are more in your face, fine with direct conflict. Some of us are not. Some of us are small and worried about our own safety. Some of us are a little bigger, or we look like the person that is harassing, and therefore we're not afraid of them, and we could, take on that conversation. Whatever situation you're in, one of the 5 Ds is going to work for you. So the first, and also I'll just tell our hosts, if a question comes up in the chat box, I can't see it right now. So if it's really important, just let me know. So anything right now, or should I explain these 5 Ds?
You're good for now. Sounding
okay,
great.
cool.
Thank you.
I'm going a mile a minute. That costs me
No,
10.
you're perfect. It's great.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So what do we do? What do we do if we see harassment happening? Now, this is if we're at the bus stop, we're walking to the grocery store. That's the only place I go. We're standing in line at the post office, the only other place I go. We're in the audience at a show, cross our fingers, right? Wherever it's happening, wherever we're seeing something happening that looks like harassment, that looks off, these are the things we can do. Direct, the first one. This is where you name the thing that's happening and you tell the person what you want them to do. So you say, hey, leave them alone. They obviously don't want to talk to you. Or, hey, that is very rude language. You need to get out of here. Or, hey, stop. That's harassment. They said they're not interested. Just whatever. It's short and sweet. You're not debating them. You're just saying, like, dude, knock it off. That's all you're doing. Dude, knock it off. The next D is distract. This works well if you maybe are afraid of any violence coming onto you, or if you don't feel like you have all the details of the situation, right? Because that definitely happens. So we can distract by just walking up. Sometimes we get physically in between these two people, right? Like create that space to give the target a chance to get away. But we can ask for the time, or how late is this bus, or hey, cool shirt. Or do you know when the band goes on? Just whatever, just something to interrupt what's happening and give that target a chance to get away if in fact they need to get away. Because sometimes we misread a situation. Oh, sometimes we're worried. Oh, are they a couple? Do they know each other? Am I reading this wrong? Are they play fighting? Well, if you use distract and no one leaves and everyone looks at you like, okay, thank you, bye. Then you say, cool, bye. And you get out of there. No big deal. And at least you now know everything's okay. And that's really worth checking. Delegate. Delegate, all it means is you ask somebody else for help. And the cool thing about this is that when you ask somebody else for help, one, they usually follow through. If you're really clear about what you need them to do, they will follow through. Two, you got someone else to help. That was you helping. You still helped out in this situation by getting someone else to do the thing that needs to be done. If I go to security and I say, hey, this guy over here, I mean, he is wasted. Like he is gonna hurt somebody, maybe himself. Can you handle this? I just helped that guy and maybe even any potential victims of his grabby hands, right? And I don't need to get involved in that. That's not my job. So I got the person that made the most sense to take care of that situation just by delegating. Delayed, all this means is checking in after the fact. Sometimes things happen too quickly. We can't get to it in time. We don't really know if it was harassment or not. But the moment kind of passed, and now we just want to see, hey, is everything okay? So all this means is you check in with the person. You just ask them if they're okay, see if they need anything, and let them vent for a second. Let them feel seen, that what they just went through, they didn't go through it alone. Someone else saw it and understood that, like, yeah, it's kind of messed up. That person was really rude, right? It makes a huge difference. Studies show, research shows that when people do as little as give a knowing glance towards someone experiencing harassment, it can reduce that person's trauma around the event by half, 50%. So it's a big deal to just say, hey, are you okay? And if you learn nothing else, if you do nothing else that I say in this like 30 minutes, please, please, please at least promise me that you'll check in with someone that you think maybe was just harassed or at least just looks uncomfortable. And lastly, document. If there's an incident going on and it seems like it's really aggressive and it's not safe for you to intervene, or if other people are already doing one of the other 5 Ds, then document. Get your phone out, start recording, and then give that footage to the target, to the victim, in case they want to use it for anything. It's not for you to share online and blow up their spot and have everyone say, oh, aren't you the lady that was harassed the other day? I saw that video. We're not doing that. We're just going to give it to the person who's affected in case they need it for any future use. It's up to them what happens. And so this is my very quick overview of the 5 Ds. But I'll tell you that my book, it goes over so much more than I could say in a half an hour. A lot of good stuff. It's basically, the whole purpose of this book is to be just a no nonsense, easy guide to making whatever space you inhabit a safer one. It talks about policies, it talks about what to do in the moment, how to respond to victims, what science you might want to know, so you know why victims respond in certain ways. It has a ton of stories and anecdotes and examples. It's got everything you need to get started in making your space safer space. And when I say space, I know we're talking about music, but that also means coffee shop. You know, that means bookstore, that means your volunteer spot, it means your knitting group, like whatever space you're in, it really matters. And it makes a big difference for people. So now I'll do Q&A, and I'll get the chat box up so I can see it myself and not rely on you guys. So yeah, if there's any questions at all about how to make a space safer, please put it in the chat. Let me know. And we'll go to the first question here. When you direct someone to leave and they contest that they were being harassed, is there a statement you can make that nukes their position but makes them think they're saving face by leaving? Yeah. So James, I assume that means that you get a complaint about someone, but then they say, no, I didn't do anything. I was being harassed.
Oh, I just mean if it's obvious, if it's necessary for them to leave and you're the person who is telling them to leave and they say, but I wasn't harassing, how do you prevent that from turning into a conversation rather than them just leaving?
Right. And so one of the tips is to just repeat the same thing over and over again, to really not give it a chance to turn into a conversation. It's not a back and forth. It's not a debate. If that person needs to leave, then you just say, hey, you got to go. We got a complaint. You can't do that here. But I blah, 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 blah. You got to go. We got a complaint and you have to leave. You got to go. We got a complaint. You have to leave. It's not forever, but you got to leave right now. You know, because it really isn't about kicking people out. That's not what Safer Spaces is about. It's not like keep kicking people out, sending them away, excluding people. It's about making sure that people that often experience harassment and violence just for being who they are able to enjoy that space as much as everybody else. And we don't want to, the goal is actually not to kick people out and get them out forever and ban them for life. The goal is for the bad behavior to stop. And if that can happen with a conversation or just like, hey, just so you know, like you can't do that here, right? That simple. If it can happen with that, awesome. If someone's belligerent or if they're, you know, if you're inebriated, you can't take that information in. You know, I think we've all been there. I don't think that's rude to say. We're impaired, and so therefore, any information maybe we're not going to take in. And so that's not the right time to have that conversation. And maybe that's okay. You got to leave, and no, it's not forever. You can come back anytime as long as you don't do that thing, right? And so, repeat yourself. Don't let it turn into a debate, and keep your cool. Even if they escalate, you stay calm and collected, same level the whole time. When you start to involve like another person or two, right? Like sometimes you want to grab a couple more people, so you're flanking them a little bit and you're like, okay, no, really, you got to go. That can escalate things as well. And so I would leave that more up to security, that it is a delicate dance. I'll say that. But if the more calm we can keep it and just say like, yeah, dude, I'm really sorry. You got to go right now. Here's your money back. Actually, here's your money back. Come back anytime. Just don't do that thing again. And as long as we keep it focused on the behavior and not the person, it's gonna make it easier for them to not be super defensive about it.
I have a question. It's a little bit more involved, so I didn't want to type it all out, but I want to ask if the way that I handled this was the correct way or not necessarily the correct way. Well, I just want to tell you the story and then we can talk about it. Okay. So it's something that traumatized me for a little bit. I was DJing at a downtown spot, and I happened to look to my left, and there was this person that I thought may have been throwing up. They were kind of hunched over against the door, wiggling around. And then I saw, whoa, there's someone that they're holding against the door. So I kind of kept my eye on it for a good 30 seconds to a minute, realizing that the person that was against the door was a woman. The guy on the other side was a man. The person on the other side was a man. And then I could see her trying to push him off. So I tap him on the shoulder and I'm like, hey, man, like, what's up with her? She falls into the booth. She's obviously out of her mind. Her eyes are rolling in the back of her head. And he kept trying to come in the booth. I said, listen, second, okay, please, just stay right there. And I looked down at her. I'm like, are you okay? She goes, yeah, I'm fine. I'm trying to help her up. I'm like, no. I want to know if you're okay with him. Are you okay? And he kind of laughed. And she wasn't really in a place where she could speak, to be quite honest with you. And he pulled her into the bathroom, which was right next to my DJ booth. So door closes, bathroom. Oh God, what's going on in there? I knock on the door, silence. Luckily, 2 seconds later, 2 female friends of mine come and I say, hey, listen, that's the women's room. Will you do me a favor? Will you bang on the door? And as women say, hey, we got to get in there. We got to use the bathroom really bad. And the guy screams, get the F away from the door. So now we're all kind of freaking out. And my friend goes, you know what? I'm getting security. And luckily, they went and got security. Security's like, I'm going to break the door down, open the freaking door. They open the door. She's on her knees. His pants are undone. I mean, it's a whole thing. And so, but I don't know if I could have acted faster. I think I was sort of frozen, but are there tools or tips that you can give me that I could have done or used that would have been more effective, or was I okay in how I did it?
So let's talk about the fact that every situation we encounter where we think like, oh, is something wrong? Is this what's happening? Every situation we encounter is going to be this much different from the last. Right. And there's enough difference that it's natural that we might clam up. Right? Every situation is different. There's not some perfect thing I can say or do every single time, right? But if we use the 5 Ds as a framework, we lose so much of that stress of like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Right? We sort of focus our choices, and it makes it easier to find the right thing to do and to do it quicker. Right. And so let me talk about this. You were direct. Okay. You said, hey man, what's going on? What are you doing? Are you okay? You're being direct to both parties. You delegated to your friends to knock on the door and pretend to need to go to the bathroom. You can pretend to do something all you need to if you're trying to keep somebody safe, in my opinion, right? Then you delegated to security. Okay. Right. And then they were direct, knocking on that door, get the fuck out of here. Uh-huh. And so like I think you did so many things right. And like, could you have done the first thing a little faster? Probably. Right. But maybe if you knew what the 5 Ds were before that incident, you'd go, okay, I know I can be direct. I am a man. I'm of a certain height. I'm in charge in the DJ booth. I feel comfortable being direct in this particular situation. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. And that's the choice for you. And you might have gotten there a little sooner, but obviously it doesn't mean that violence never happens. It doesn't mean that there aren't jerks out there trying to ruin someone's good time or take advantage of someone. It's not about that, right? It's about what the rest of us can do to shut that behavior down before it gets real bad. And so I think everyone basically did their best. And the only other thing maybe that you could have done is, what are you going to do? Like grab her arm and pull her into the booth and say, no,
right. Which
like
would have added more trauma.
Right.
That would have been more traumatizing for her because I didn't know the whole story. This could have been her boyfriend and she just may have gotten a little too drunk. I didn't know until I knew.
Yeah. Yes. And of course it's difficult for her to tell you who this person is. And by the way, if anyone ever comes up across someone who is that inebriated and you don't know if they know the person that they're with, you certainly have to try to figure it out. Try to ask, okay, well, what's their name? Right. Ask the sober person trying to drag the inebriated person away. What's her name?
Right.
Yeah. How long you known her? Where'd you meet her? Something like that. Just trip them up so that they think, well, this person's asking questions, so I'm going to get out of here, because that is a crime of opportunity. Right. Mm-hmm. And so ask, you can ask the victim, do you know this person? Do you feel comfortable with them? Are you okay? All of that stuff, asking that woman if she's okay. Like, You did so many things right, and sometimes people are just total jerks.
Right, it's true.
And
So it's
so
not.
the
But
benefit.
sorry.
Well, let me say the benefit of creating safer spaces and making the need for them more clear and overt, and their presence known, and more people knowing the 5Ds of bystander intervention, the benefit is the people that are currently willing to be that jerk, to take advantage of others. Well, we start to change the culture. We start to show that we're not going to let you get away with that anymore. And they start to rethink what is acceptable behavior. And it honestly, that bad behavior will happen less because people know that there are consequences for it, that they will be called out on it, that they will be met with resistance in some way, even if it's loving resistance of the 5Ds, you know? And so it will lessen violence. And in the meantime, the rest of us have to go ahead and say, hey, not okay, and interrupt that moment.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. And like we've all come across a situation like that where we like think, what do we do? And that's why practicing these kinds of things really does help, especially if you're going to take on a safer space policy at an official space. You know, you have some authority there. You don't want the first time you're talking to a victim to be the first time you've thought about, you know, what should I actually be saying now? You know, like that's too late. Like think about that stuff in advance, and it really does help. And I see another question. Is there a way to avoid disempowering a victim by taking over their voice, like when you're the one confronting the harasser? Yeah, so let's say you want to be direct and say, hey dude, knock it off, right? So I always think, like, you know, you might not say this verbatim, but what I'm thinking in my head when I say something loud is, I have a problem with your behavior. I have a problem with that thing you just did to this other person. So we got a problem now, you know? And so if I say, like, dude, you can't say that, knock it off. Or that's transphobic. We don't allow that here. You know, especially if I work there, it's easier to say that's transphobic. We don't allow that here. You can't say that here. And if you keep it up, you're gonna have to leave. You know, that kind of thing. So that doesn't take away the victim's voice necessarily. That's saying, like, you got a problem with me if you're gonna talk like that. But if you're worried, if you're trying to come up with the right thing to say and it's just not coming out, or you're worried about it, you can always just pivot to the victim and say, are you okay? Like, do you need me to talk to him, or do you need me to ask her to leave? Or, you know, like, just ask the victim directly what they need from you right now. And you can offer a couple choices if you want, appropriate for the situation. Sometimes when we tell a victim, what do you need right now, and leave it open-ended, it's like too overwhelming to think about what they actually need, because maybe they're just really upset and it's hard to think. So depending on the situation, you might be able to say, like, hey, do you want me to talk to that person, or do you want me to kick them out? You know, or maybe the moment's over and you say, like, hey, do you want to sit down next to me? I'm just going to be here, like, taking tickets. Like, you want to just sit down? Do you want some water? Yeah, I'd like to sit down. Okay, cool. You know, and then it's a little less like, I have all the choices in the world. What do I choose? So just, you know, not worst case scenario, but in the very least, you could always just say, like, are you good? What do you need from me? Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? This is good stuff. Good conversation, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, it's very good. Thank you so much for doing this. This is really informative.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
I'm really excited to read your book as well. I'm going to order a copy of that.
That's good. Yeah. So normally what I do is I train venues. When we do a safer space training, it can take up to 2 hours, right? We're talking about what it means to be a safer space. We're talking about what harassment looks like, because it looks different for everybody. And we can't memorize. I can't memorize what every single bit of harassment looks like for everybody on the planet. You know, it's not really about that. It's about looking for people that are uncomfortable, or just believing people when they say they've been harassed. We talk about grounding techniques. We talk about the trauma in the brain, and sometimes victims freezing up or feeling like they have to be polite to get through a bad situation. We talk about what to say in the moment to a victim, what choices to give them. We talk about what to do after the fact. What if you know the person that's the harasser or the person that was harassed? The secret is you do all the same stuff and you just talk to them later as a friend. But like when you represent a space, you got to make sure everybody in that space feels safe. Like that's your responsibility. Yeah, so we talk about a lot of stuff and it takes 2 hours. And so I certainly do my best to boil it down for folks. But really, if we can just start thinking about victims, thinking about things in a victim-centered way, thinking about what constitutes a safer space, like just keep it on our minds and then be open and honest about it and not be silent about it. Like that's already going to get us a long way. You know, if we never think or talk about harassment or what might happen if someone's harassing our space, that doesn't mean it will never happen. Ignoring it doesn't make it go away. It is happening whether you think it's happening or not. And so do you want to respond and actually keep folks around? Or do you want to just be surrounded in the end by a bunch of people that want to harass? You know, like all the cool people that get harassed on the regular, like they're going to leave, you know, they're going to take their money somewhere else. So who do you want to hang out with? That's my question.
Excellent. Well, I'm on the board of an organization called HopeWorks that's here in Vermont, and we deal with sexual violence and sexual human trafficking. And we at one point had been doing bystander training when we had a different staff, and I think we've sort of fallen away, and we're trying to figure out how to do that again. And it'd be a great time now to start prepping for that before the bars open again. It sounds like this book is going to be very good for us.
Yeah, the book will be a great guide. I do plenty of trainings virtually. If anyone wants to hire me, I'm available.
Okay.
Now is definitely the time because I really do fear that when we can all go back out and go have a drink in person, like that it's like all hell's gonna break loose, right? Like we're gonna be like, I don't know about you guys, but I leave the house so infrequently that I have forgotten how to make small talk. I don't know how to be polite as well. Like I've lost the ability to just have little polite, oh, ha, 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 yeah, little conversations with the cashier. Like I don't know how to do it. And so I feel like people are going to be sticking their foot in their mouth over and over. People are not going to feel safe. We're going to forget what our boundaries are and other people's boundaries, you know, and so it could get a little wild when we all get back out there. So read this book and prepare for that is my push to everybody.
Awesome. Any more questions out there from folks before we wrap up today?
Hey, Greg, it's Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, and Shauna, this is Bob from Big Heavy. We met in February when things were very different. So my question does kind of relate to what you were just talking about. Are there short statements that can be shared with people, I guess audience and bands that are about to come out to these places that start this conversation without being a long policy that we expect a band coming to our thing for a half-hour show to read, but something short that tells them we don't tolerate harassment, or do we just say that? You know, is that short enough?
You could just say that. Like the point of your policy really is that it's on your website somewhere for anyone to read at any time, right? So there's that. Also, you want protocols so that when someone is harassed, everyone on staff knows what to do and say. And so, but that's for you, right? Like those protocols are internal. And so if you want to go have a big long thing about your philosophy on anti-violence, that's cool. Put it on your website. It's there when people need it. Otherwise, you can just tell people, you can have it a link to it in the bottom of emails. And you can just say like, we've got a policy, a safer space policy on our website, but basically no homophobic, racist, sexist, transphobic shit will be tolerated. No violence or hate. And if anyone bothers you, then XYZ, then tell a manager, then tell security, like whatever your space's thing is, make it clear who do you talk to when it happens. And just make sure that those folks know what to do and say when someone actually reports, right? Research shows that when people, well, basically, the idea is if we accidentally victim blame someone, when they come to us and they trust us enough to tell us that they were just harassed, whether they use that exact wording or not. But if we accidentally victim blame them, which is easy to do in this society, we can re-traumatize them. We can actually make it worse. People really do experience a lot of trauma around identity-based harassment and violence, and it builds up over time. It doesn't disappear after each incident. And again, I put the science in my book for any skeptics that really need to hear that. But I lost my train of thought. But basically, just tell people what you're about and who to tell, and you'll be good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say, I am so glad I got to visit your great state earlier this year when we didn't know what was coming down the pipeline. It was such a wonderful experience to meet everyone and hang out in your town. And I'm just so glad I got that little moment of travel before it wasn't an option anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Was that your first time here?
Yeah, spending time. I think I've come through there on tour maybe once or twice, but you never see anything when you're on tour. So I really feel like I got to know the area, and it had snowed, and it was beautiful. And yeah, it was just, I really think back fondly on that time, because that's really the only time I traveled this year before all this stuff happened.
Yeah, I know.
It was the only time a lot of us did anything.
It's true. I know. I was in Puerto Rico in March recording a record, and before I went down for I'd been down there for a week at a time, and everyone's telling me like, Greg, you sure you want to do this? Going to Puerto Rico right now? I'm like, no, I'm going. I'm doing this. I got to finish up this record. Blah blah blah. And I get there, and I'm in the airport in Miami, and people got masks on everywhere, and I'm like, wait a second, something doesn't feel right. And I get to Old San Juan, 2 blocks away from where all the ships come in. Everyone at the hotel, they're in hazmat suits, and I'm like, oh shit, oh boy,
this is real.
Yeah, so it was like studio, hotel, studio. That's it. Yeah, I was scared to death.
Yeah. And so, I'll just to put a fine point on it, even though most of us are only going to the grocery store, if that, harassment is still happening right now. Harassment, especially against Asian communities, is at an all-time high, but in general, hate crimes are on the rise. And so even though we might have a chance to see it happening less because we're mostly indoors, it's still happening, and we can still do something about it. If you enact one of the 5 Ds of bystander intervention, when you see something go down at the grocery store, on the corner, whatever, you'll know what to do and say. You can keep that person safe and let them know that you have their back in really simple ways that keep you safe as well. And so unfortunately, we should still be on the lookout for bad behavior, and we should try to make as many people as possible feel comfortable, because a lot of people, everyone has it tough right now, obviously, in so many ways, but the idea that some communities are facing extra harassment right now, it just seems like what a heavy weight for them to carry around. And so let's take some of that weight off and just say, nah, not in my neighborhood, leave them alone, go away.
Right. Well, there's a lot of folks that are, especially the haters, they're sitting around, stewing in their own stuff. So they only hear what they want to hear. They only see what they want to see. And their victims are unfortunately trapped because they have no place to go. There's no money. There's no job opportunities. So it's like this perfect storm to be the harasser.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Tensions are at an all-time high. There's not a lot of healthy outlets for everything that we're feeling. Yeah, you're totally right. And so again, what does that mean? Everybody needs to be thinking about safer spaces and how we create safer spaces now, and how do we do it when we kind of get back and if things are a little more normal. But get it in place now. Start working on it now. Think about the world you want to live in now, and let's make it a reality.
I agree. So before we wrap up, I want to remind everyone that this is being recorded. It's going to be on YouTube for perpetuity. It's also going to be played on 105.9 FM, The Radiator, and BigHeavyWorld.com. So when that happens, how do folks get in touch with you to order books, to hire you to come and speak, to ask questions, etc.?
Well, I just stopped sharing my screen. How silly of me. Okay, so
but
this
also
is
for
how.
also for the folks who are just listening via radio. Too.
Okay, this is how. You can find everything you need to know at shaunapotter.com. It'll spell out everything, but Shauna Potter, that's Shauna with a W, Potter like Harry. You can buy my book, Making Spaces Safer, from akpress.org. I also have a new podcast out where I talk about the lyrics and the politics of my band's latest record. I'm in a band called War on Women. It's a feminist punk band. And so the podcast is called But Her Lyrics. And it's just something fun to do over the winter when I'm staying indoors, but people can hire me for trainings or like private, like feminist coaching, whatever you need right now that's related to safer spaces. I've got your back. Go to shaunapotter.com and find out how to get in touch with me.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Shauna, for being a part of this incredible day that we've had. And it's a great way to end our day with some stuff to think about and take away with us and hopefully keep it fresh in our heads.
Absolutely.
So to the folks that are listening or watching via YouTube, we'll be back tomorrow with 2 great presenters, Mike Benjino, actually 5, sorry. And
that's a lot.
It's a lot. But the second one is a panel of 4 folks. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Liz Sunday and Matt Benjino are the main presenters for tomorrow. And thank you to Big Heavy World for allowing me and trusting me to put together my first online summit of people. And I think I did a pretty good job for today, especially with ending it this way. So thanks so much. And we'll see you all soon. Be safe and be good.